3, 2, 1. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. For some ungodly reason, you still have the boredom to watch this show. Welcome to the second episode of the World So Far Report. As always, alongside me is my co-host Victor.
Shalom Aleichem.
Alrighty, so we remind you, this show exists solely because you financially support it, so please Gibbs Shekalim Plox. We've recently added Subscribe Star as well as an option because you kept on demanding it, even though, once again, I'm not particularly convinced it's a good idea, but since Patreon is due to be flattened in court, I guess we don't really have a choice. If you want to send curses at us, or news preferably, or God forbid some praise, you can do that at topics@freedomalternative.com. We're also on BitChute, so don't forget to subscribe on our BitChute profile there as well. And yeah, give some crypto so we can actually update that profile too. Although, technically speaking, the English language channel is still working as intended, even though the official subscription to BitChute has expired today or yesterday, something like that.
Yeah, but it's the Romanian channel that needs crypto. It's not the English channel is all right. But
yeah, so you know, subsidize the poor Romanians who can't afford crypto, but they also can't afford YouTube either. So.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. So given that the first is North America, because yeah, whatever. Reuters. Wear a mask while having sex, Canada's top doctor suggests. Stop kissing and consider wearing a mask when having sex to protect yourself from catching the coronavirus. Canada's chief medical officer said on Wednesday, adding that going solo remains the lowest risk sexual option in a pandemic. So be a wanker, in other words. Dr. Theresa Tam said in a statement there is little chance of catching the cough from semen or vaginal fluid. Actually, that's false. But sexual activity with new partners does increase the risk of contracting the virus. Particularly if there is close contact like kissing, so skip the foreplay. Like other activities during COVID-19 that involve physical closeness, there are some things you can do to minimize the risk of getting infected and spreading the virus, she said. Stop kissing, avoid face-to-face closeness, wear a mask that covers your mouth and nose, and monitor yourself and your partner for symptoms ahead of any sexual activity. The lowest risk sexual activity during the cough involves yourself alone, she added. Sexual health is an important part of overall health, Tam said, and by taking precautions, Canadians can find ways to enjoy physical intimacy while safeguarding the progress we have all made containing COVID-19. The progress, of course. Canada has reported 129,425 cases of the cough and 9,132 deaths as of September the 1st. New daily cases are far below peak volumes, but there has been a recent uptick driven by more infections in certain Western Canadian provinces.
Yeah, pretty much. The Home Republic of Soviet Kanukistan.
I mean, really, now, first of all, I have to be mean on this podcast as well, just like I was on the Romanian one. Just look at her face. I mean, she probably does need a mask while wearing sex, while having sex. She should be wearing a mask because otherwise no one's gonna have sex with that.
More like put one of those brown paper bags on her head altogether.
Yeah, a brown paper bag would probably even be preferable, but definitely, you know, stuck with duct tape, so just in case so it doesn't fall off. Especially if you're doing it via glory hole, which is another recommendation by the Canadian government. You know, there's a chance that it may fall off, so you know, stick it with duct tape just to be on the safe side. What has to be the mentality? You've lived in Britain, which is basically the mother country of Canada. Explain to me, what can be in the mind of a bureaucrat to think that he, or in this case she, I guess, has not just the right, but the duty to issue such recommendations about how and when you should be wanking and who you should be fucking. I mean, hasn't Canada, you know, Trudeau himself, hasn't he won the previous election by issuing the categorical statement that it's not the business of the government what people do in their bedrooms? What has to be in the mind of such a bureaucrat? I mean, certainly you understand them better. In my opinion, they're just all insane, but maybe there's something more.
Well, they have adopted the bad habits of the nanny state from Britain, but what's interesting is that the similar thing has been recommended, I think, 3 months back from the NHS as well in the UK. So this is not a new news article.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. So in a sense,
in a sense,
Canada is more conservative.
Yeah, it's more conservative because they recommended it later than the home country did.
Yeah, but still, I mean, and you know, openly suggesting you should be wanking at home. You know, just be a wanker. Now, admittedly, in English, it doesn't have such a bad connotation like it has in Romanian. But you know, in Romanian, this would be so insulting that I'm actually hoping some health official in Romania issues this kind of recommendation. I mean, that will be the end of this government, period. You know, basically, you know, the government recommends you be a wanker. And, you know, and about, 2.53 million men would be, you what?
Yes, cum harder, please.
Yeah, but cum harder.
Cum harder to protect yourself from the coof.
From the coof. I mean, really, what else I'm serious about this, and I'll have to study it a bit further. I don't know, maybe one day I'll spend more than 48 hours in Canada because I can't withstand that country for more than 48 hours. But maybe one day I'll spend more than 48 hours. Maybe I'll spend a week. I'll have to study the psychology of these kinds of bureaucrats, both in Britain and in Canada, because this requires a special kind of idiotic nonsense. I mean, the Germans are the mother and father of the nanny state, and the Germans wouldn't dare issue such a recommendation ever at all. I mean, not even in the DDR. They wouldn't issue such a recommendation, and they would have mandatory degeneracy, and they would still not go this far. So there has to be something that is specific to the Anglophone culture, I guess, or to the Anglosphere in particular. The very idea that a bureaucrat would come on TV and tell you that you should be wanking more, and because otherwise you're gonna cough.
Well, the nerve on these people. They've been given too much importance by the population who sadly elected them, because Canada, in the situation that it is, they chose to do that, voting the Liberals twice in a row.
Yeah, and especially voting it the second time, because, as
if the first time wasn't already bad enough.
Yeah, I mean, there are very few very smart things that George W. Bush ever issued in public, but this would be one of them. Fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice, shame on me.
Shame on the country in this case.
In this case, I mean, really, voting for that clown, and that clown then basically appoints bureaucrats like this who come on TV and tell you to wank at home. Jesus Christ. Next, The Hill. The US won't join the global COVID-19 vaccine initiative. The United States will not join a global effort led by the Wuhan Honk organization to develop, manufacture, and distribute a vaccine against the cough, the White House said on Tuesday. Almost every nation in the world is participating in initial talks on the joint COVAX project involving the Wuhan Honk organization, the European Union, Almania, Japan, and several major non-governmental organizations. That would be the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I guess. The project announced by the WHO earlier this year would distribute an eventual vaccine candidate to countries around the world based on the number of high-risk residents in each nation. But the White House said the United States will not be among those nations. Under President Trump's leadership, vaccine and therapeutic research, development and trials have advanced at unprecedented speed to deliver groundbreaking, effective medicines driven by data and safety and not held back by government red tape. White House spokesman Jude Deary said. He also added that the United States will continue to engage our international partners to ensure we defeat this virus, but we will not be constrained by multilateral organizations influenced by the corrupt World Health Organization in China. The president will spare no expense to ensure that any new vaccine maintains our own FDA's gold standard for safety and efficacy. That's a bad news, actually. Is thoroughly tested and saves lives. That's probably bullshit. The decision brought swift criticism from public health experts, of course, who said it represented a myopic view of what should be a global effort to control the pandemic. Who appointed you to say what should be? Are you an elected official? No. Then shut up! From a global health perspective, no one cares. It's a very unwise decision. Yeah, no, you are unwise, said Andrea Feigelding, the Germans again. Founder and CEO of the Health Finance Institute. Ah, there you go. There's an interest there. It's symptomatic of a death culture. That's a strong word, but us versus them helps no one. Yes, says the German. President Trump has sought to shift blame from his own administration to the Wuhan Hong organization, even as the virus spreads more widely in the United States than in any other nation on earth. That's factually false. The administration has blamed the WHO for failing to hold China to account. True, even though the WHO declared the pandemic a public health emergency of international concern more than a month before the Trump administration declared its own emergency. That's bureaucratic gobbledygook, and you know it. That's a lie. Trump has begun the process of pulling out of the WHO, a process that would not be complete until the next presidential term begins in January. Yeah, okay, that will be his second presidential term.
Yes,
So,
yes, 4 more years, boys. Remember
4
that.
more years. We'll have time to talk about the election next month, basically. But yeah, so what? I mean, really, the public health experts, they say that it's an unwise decision, and who are they? Who voted for those people? Who cares what they believe?
Particularly the part where who exactly cares about them.
Yeah, I mean, and why should anyone care what they believe? The public was dumb enough once to follow what they believed and turned out to be wrong, just as we predicted on the couch that it would be wrong. It was wrong entirely. Why should anyone care what they think the second time? Ever. Or the third time, or ever again, really. I mean, in my opinion, there should be a ban, or not a ban, but, a shunning, an institutionalized shunning of all public health experts from ever speaking in public for at least 10 years. At least 10 years.
Yes.
Preferably 20.
Particularly the WHO, who...
Oh no, the WHO should be abolished, period.
Yeah. Yes, but in order to understand what the WHO is, a good part of their pandemic manual for COVID-19 has been based on fictitious documents from institutions saying that they represent hospital conglomerates. I don't exactly remember what was the company's name, but you've spoken about it several months ago. But the company in itself, what was it made out of? Well, it was made out of only two people. Yes, a porn actor and a science fiction author.
Yeah, a science fiction author, and I think another technician for a porn studio or something like that. I mean, and that was those were the people who wrote the pandemic manual. I mean, you can't get more clown world than that.
Exactly.
That's why I remained and continue to remain very skeptical of all of those conspiratorial claims. No, mate, it's not the conspiracy, it's the clown world. Really, I mean, it is a clown world, because if it had been a conspiracy, at the very least it would have been coherent. But it's not, because it's not a conspiracy, it's a clown world.
It's a clown world.
And
honk.
Very, very honk. That's why we call it the Wuhan Honk organization, because that's exactly what it is. And yeah, of course, it's and on top of that, I'll add WHO's own corruption by the fact that Tedros Adhanom has been elected entirely by having his campaign funded by the CCP. I mean, the man is wanted for crimes against humanity in his own country, and even many politicians from his own political party objected in the Ethiopian parliament to the idea that Ethiopia should nominate Tedros Ghebreyesus. So I mean, and of course the guy was easily blackmailable. And easy to be corrupted if he hadn't been already. I think he was, because he was a part of a Marxist guerrilla. You have to be corrupt in order to be part of those. So yeah, I mean, oh my God, Trump is not going to listen to a pawn of China. Oh, and that's terrible news, because the experts told us so. Who cares? Experts in what? Are they experts in geopolitics? Do they even understand these kinds of things? No. They're like, oh, but we did it. And besides, again, I will remain opposed to the very idea of having a vaccine for the cough. No, and especially not one that is rushed through, basically. That's particularly
bad, yeah.
Because, what was it? I think it was 2 days ago when the Associated Press published a report from the UN that said that the recent polio outbreak in the eastern part of Africa is because of a vaccine that was just rushed through. And I mean, it just, these things happen. I mean, the very idea that oh my God, you question vaccine, you must be anti-science. No, it's a little bit more complicated than that, and sometimes the correct answer is no. No policy is better than any policy. And in this particular case, I mean, of course, the idea that, oh, FDA is gold standard. No, the FDA is terrible as well.
The FDA is terrible. You're going to find out in an article with it later on.
Yeah, and
why exactly?
It's just not. It's not that as terrible as the WHO. That's the only difference between them. But still, and of course, this whole idea that, oh my God, the WHO actually declared it a pandemic before Trump declared it an emergency. Again, the US had 2 cases. Or 0, or something like that. Why would you be rushed to do that? And besides, when Trump wanted to shut down flights with China in January, may I remind you, the Congress said no. And eventually he did it anyway by using executive action. But he wanted to do it the more proper way, and the Congress was like, you're a racist, you hate Chinese people. And it's like, no, I think they cough too bad, and maybe for a few months we shouldn't be getting the cough from them. And the Congress said no. So, you know, I mean, yeah. And at that moment, the Wuhan Honk organization was tweeting that, you know, there is no evidence, you know, this cough doesn't transmit to human to human.
Yes, nothing is happening in China at all. It hasn't happened since they discovered it in December last year, and it hasn't happened until the Chinese New Year, which was a particularly important moment because most of the Chinese population all around the globe is going back to China to visit family.
Yeah, and they all went there, and then they came back and, you know, started coughing, and, you know.
Yeah, and then the entire planet started coughing.
Yeah, then the entire planet started coughing. I mean, we mentioned it last episode that, you know, a friend of ours got the cough after the Chinese New Year from the Chinese Institute, which is staffed by people from Wuhan.
Oh, yeah, the Confucius Institute.
The Confucius Institute, yes. And this one from this city is staffed by people from Wuhan. So, you know, just a cough, bro. You know, they coughed a little bit. Luckily, you know, this friend of ours is very young and very healthy, so, you know, he coughed a bit and, you know, pat the virus, and that was it. Okay, next one. Yeah, at some point we'll have to create a generic for these kinds of, one in English and one in Romanian. You called it the SOFA's witnesses. Okay, fair enough.
Similar to Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, I get it. The SOFA's witnesses, but we're gonna need a generic and have a special segment for these kinds of news. CNN, past vaccine disasters show why rushing a COVID-19 vaccine would be colossally stupid. Vaccine experts are warning the federal government against rushing out a coronavirus vaccine before testing has shown it's both safe and effective. Decades of history show why they're right. They're concerned that the FDA may be moving too quickly, heightened when the FDA Commissioner Dr. Stephen Hahn told the Financial Times that his agency could consider an emergency use authorization for a COVID-19 vaccine before late-stage clinical trials are complete. If the data shows strong enough evidence, it would protect people. The Commissioner has the authority to allow unapproved medical products to be used in an emergency where there are no adequate or approved alternatives. An EUA is not the same as full approval, and it can be withdrawn. That's what happened with hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine. The FDA granted an EUA to the drugs, much praised by Donald Trump. It subsequently revoked it in June after studies showed they were not effective, and they will subsequently reissue it probably in a few weeks. For a vaccine to be FDA approved, scientists must gather enough data through clinical trials in a large number of volunteers to prove it is safe and effective and protecting people against the disease. Once data is collected, the FDA advisors usually spend months considering it. An EUA is much quicker. Only once before has the FDA given a vaccine this lesser standard, but it was an unusual circumstances. Soldiers had sued, claiming the mandatory anthrax vaccine made them sick, and the judge put a hold on the program. The Department of Defense asked for an EUA that they then overrode the court ruling in 2005 so it could continue vaccinating military personnel, this time on a voluntary basis. Otherwise, vaccines have had to go through the entire clinical trial process and FDA approval process, which can take months or years. When the vaccine making process has been rushed, there have been bad outcomes. In 1955, the government announced the first vaccine to protect kids against polio. Within days, labs made thousands of lots of the vaccine. Batches made by one company accidentally contained live polio virus, and it caused an outbreak. More than 200,000 children got the polio vaccine, but within days, the government had to abandon the program. 40,000 kids got polio, some had low levels, a couple of hundred were left with paralysis, and about 10 died, said Dr. Howard Markel, pediatrician, distinguished professor and director of the Center of the History of Medicine at the University of Michigan. The government suspended the vaccination program until it could determine what went wrong. However, increased oversight failed to discover another problem with the polio vaccine. From 1955 to 1963, between 10% and 30% of polio vaccines were contaminated with simian virus. The way they would grow the virus was on monkey tissues. These rhesus macaques were imported from India. Tens of thousands of them, medical anthropologist Lochline Jane said. They were gang caged, and in those conditions, the ones that didn't die on the journey, many got sick and the viruses spread quickly. Said Jan, who taught history of vaccines course at Stanford and is working on a publication about the incident. Scientists wrongly thought that the formaldehyde they use would kill the virus. It was being transferred to millions of Americans, Jan said. Many believe this issue wasn't adequately pursued. Some studies showed a possible link between the virus and cancer. The US CDC website, however, said most studies are reassuring and find no link, of course. No current vaccines contain SV40 virus, the CDC says, and there's no evidence that contamination harmed anyone. That's probably bullshit. In 1976, scientists predicted a pandemic of a new strain of influenza called the swine flu. Well, it did happen. It just took another 40 years. More than 40 years later, some historians call it the flu epidemic that never was. President Ford was basically told by his advisors that, look, we have a pandemic flu coming that may be as bad as the Spanish flu, said Michael Kinch, a professor of radiation oncology in the School of Medicine at Washington University in St. Louis. His latest book, Between Hope and Fear, explores the history of vaccines. Ford was being cajoled to put forward a vaccine that was hastily put together. When you have a brand new situation, a strange situation like that, they had to do it on the fly. Ford made the decision to make the immunization compulsory. The government launched the program in about 7 months, and 40 million people got vaccinated against the swine flu. That vaccination campaign was later linked to cases of neurological disorder called Guillain-Barré syndrome, which can develop after an infection or rarely after vaccination with a live vaccine. Unfortunately, due to that one, and the fact that it was done so hastily, there were a few hundred cases of Guillain-Barré, although it's not definitive that they were linked. The CDC said the increased risk was about one additional case of Guillain-Barré syndrome of every 100,000 people who got the swine flu vaccine. Due to this small association, the government stopped the program to investigate. It was kind of a fiasco. The good news is that there never was an epidemic of swine flu, so we were safe, but that shows you what could happen. So, you know, it's what, 10 days, or actually less than that, 6 days after we published the previous episode.
And we already have Sofa's witnesses popping up, and in CNN of all places.
Yeah. Although we can't claim, as we can honestly claim in the Romanian language podcast, that it was a direct connection between the Sofa and the Cathedral, although that will happen eventually. It always does. It always does. But yeah, well, I guess it's just that they don't go far enough, because there are a lot of more recent situation. You noted the one from Nigeria here. Yes, that's the one we covered last episode. And there was an even more recent one at the Associated Press, published on September the 7th. Another situation of another outbreak, also due to a faulty polio vaccine. They just don't seem to be getting it right all the time, although admittedly most of the time they do get it right. But the point is, you know, skepticism is not bigotry. Skepticism is the cornerstone of science. You know, the point of science is to just keep on asking questions, and you know, the phrase "the science is settled" is as anti-scientific as it can possibly be.
Yes, same thing as scientific consensus.
Yes,
that is the most unscientific thing that ever existed.
Yeah, and the thing is that the reason we noticed this last episode is because of that very cheap shilling provided, I think it was by The Guardian, if I recall correctly, where they were shilling for, you know, we should all be making, we should all be taking the cough vaccine, which doesn't even exist, and, you know, if you disagree, you must be a bigot who hates science, and...
Yeah, they're trying to prime the ground in order to make the COVID-19 vaccine socially acceptable. Otherwise, if you're not taking the vaccine, it's exactly a measure to polarize the population when it's about this. And we've seen the evidence here. that several decades ago, the reason why after the polio vaccine a lot of children didn't get vaccinated is because even though there were hundreds of cases of paralysis, they were discovered and then the entire population knew about it, and so they rather take the risk of not getting the polio vaccine until many decades later it became indeed safer. And then there was also the swine flu that never was, and we're not talking about the swine flu from 2009, we're talking about the swine flu from 1979. 76.
Yeah, which didn't exist.
Which never happened.
Which never happened. I mean, it did exist, but it didn't go in a full pandemic mode. There were only very few local outbreaks. Now, admittedly, local as in, you know, a few counties in China and a few counties in India, which is pretty huge. But it's very far away from a pandemic. And you know, a more recent example, the previous pandemic, the swine flu from 2009, they rushed through, I think 3 vaccines eventually got approved. Hundreds of millions of people got vaccinated, and you know, a few 100,000 died or had very, very, very serious side effects. None of them would have died if they had caught the live cough N1 and H1 whatever, right? So and then the same is true here. I mean, you know, at first there is I think it was in the previous article the more reasonable point of, you know, let's talk about the at-risk populations. Okay, that's a more reasonable point to make. You know, for instance, if you weigh 180 kilos and you're 75 and type 2 diabetes, yeah, it's probably worth taking the chance of taking the cough vaccine. It's probably not as bad as this fluffy, cute little guy would be if you were to catch it. But you know, for the vast majority of the population, nah.
No.
So yeah, and the thing is that such articles appearing on CNN do work wonders at flattening the curve, the curve of panic that would be, because you know, normies cannot deny it anymore. You're like, look, even CNN says that, you know, this fluffy little thing may be dangerous, but look what happens when you
vaccinate yourself against the fluff.
Yeah. And you know, there's eventually it kind of looks like an NPC. You know, he's not angry, so you know, it's maybe it's not that dangerous because it's not angry. You know, some viruses are angry. This one is not. It's just fluff. So yeah. Alrighty. British Brainwash Corporation. Trump bans anti-American diversity training. Good. US President Donald Trump has ordered federal agencies to stop racial sensitivity training, labeling it divisive anti-American propaganda. Fact check true. A memo to government agencies says it has come to his attention that millions of dollars of taxpayers' money have funded such trainings. The document says these sessions only foster resentment in the workforce. Fact check true. Mr. Trump has previously said he does not believe systemic racism is a problem in the United States, because it's not. The memo comes amid the social justice protests that have swept the nation in recent months. Friday's 2-page document from Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vought is addressed to the heads of federal executive departments and agencies. All agencies are directed to begin to identify all contracts or other agency spending related to any training on critical race theory, white privilege, or any other training or propaganda effort that teaches or suggests that either 1, that the United States is an inherently racist or evil country, or 2, that any race or ethnicity is inherently racist or evil, it says. The memo also says that, quote, according to press reports, employees across the executive branch have been required to attend trainings where they are told that virtually all white people contribute to systemic racism, or where they are required to say that they benefit from racism. Again, citing press reports, the text says that some of the training sessions have further claimed that there is racism embedded in the belief that America is the land of opportunity, or the belief that most qualified persons should receive the job. Apparently, you know, meritocracy is racist.
Meritocracy is racist and shit.
These types of trainings not only run counter to the fundamental beliefs for which our nation has stood since its inception, but they also engender division and resentment within the federal workforce. Fact check true. It was not clear which reports Mr. Vought was referring to or what prompted the memo, but such training sessions have been highlighted by the Discovery Institute, a conservative non-profit think tank based in Seattle. Yeah, of course, the Discovery Institute is the one that noticed that this is bullshit. It's not like millions and millions and millions and millions of American and millions of non-Americans who have been making videos and writing reports about this for the last 10 years.
At least.
No, at the very least, yes. I've been doing it for 12. So, yeah, of course, it's the Discovery Institute, yeah, for sure. Chris Rufo, one of its research fellows, told Fox News this week that the US Department of Treasury is among the federal agencies that have hired such trainers. Mr. Rufo says his public record requests show the sessions have including teaching employees that white people uphold America's system of racism and sending white male executives to mandatory training in which they write letters of apology to minorities. All of this should have been helicoptered decades ago. Good on Trump. I mean, better later than never.
Better late than never. Yeah, exactly. You're going to find an extra article in the low bar describing how a company contracted to work with the U.S. with the U.S. nuclear weapons system had to send its employees to diversity training seminar that outlined how rugged individualism and hard work are white male culture. You can't exactly make this shit up because it has been happening. A lot of people have made, have made videos about it.
I have a better one. I've never made a video about it, but the Museum of African American Culture in Washington, D.C. They published something really, really nice. I'm going to find those links and I'm going to put it in the low bar so you can watch it too. It's not, I mean, you just have to read it. And they basically made a list of things that are inherently white, basically. And it was there, getting on time, keeping your word, rugged individualism, yes. Not hard work, no, they didn't put hard work, but they did put rugged individuals, arriving on time, the very notion of time. I'm serious. I mean, for these people, time is racist. So, because you arrived on time, well, of course you're white, so of course you arrived on time. But no, seriously, it's just, it has come to, the idea itself had been insane for decades. But now it's so insane that it's visible even to basic bitch normies, essentially. And basic bitch normies, because again, 12 years ago, for instance, it was still, for the most part, confined within the walls of universities. And people like me were watching that one because that's where you look for trouble, because usually it's the intellectuals who fuck society up, not the working class.
The intelligentsia.
The intelligentsia, yes. Those are the people who usually fuck shit up. That's why William F. Buckley said 50 years ago that he would rather be governed by the first 2,000 people from the Manhattan phone book, I think, rather than the best intellectuals at Harvard. And I agree. I would actually be more than willing to be ruled by the first 2,000 people of the phone book of the Teleorman County, which is one of the poorest counties in Romania. I would still be far, far more satisfied under their rule than the rule of any intellectual anywhere in Europe or North America.
Yes, at least because those first 2,000 people would actually start considering the words of others and believe in the fact that they will not know everything. So at least they will ask the person who knows, who is specialized on a subject. For example, the way who exactly did it, the councillors of the MPs in the Israeli parliament, in the Knesset. That's exactly what they're doing. But ideologues suffer from the bad tendency to believe that they're always right. They suffer from that sheer arrogance.
Syndrome. They're qualified. They're qualified in everything and anything. So they can know how to tell nuclear scientists how to run their shit. And by the way, you're all privileged, so you should be writing letters of apologies to minorities. I wonder if the minorities in that group had to write letters as well, because believe it or not, there are non-white people who work with nuclear energy. Quite a lot of them.
Yep.
So I'm just saying. Now, this kind of thing should not just go to federal level. No. It should be deemed unconstitutional. I'm serious. It should be like the Un-American Activities Act or something like that. I'm serious. I'm very serious. That kind of legislation should be applied to this at all levels, and not just in the United States. The whole idea of spending taxpayers' money for white people, man, bad. No. And you gave here the example of it's basically Jim Crow, but
a reverse of Jim Crow.
Not a reverse of Jim Crow necessarily, but definitely Jim Crow with a smiley face. That's basically that's what it is. It's Jim Crow with a smiley face. Because again, remember, these people, the identitarians, they do push for segregation. I think it was last year or 2 years ago when Harvard had a separate graduation ceremony for
black people.
For black people, yeah. Old Democrats, I'm probably sure they rejoiced. If what's that guy's name? William Byrd was Hillary Clinton's mentor and a Klansman. I think William Byrd.
Yes, and he was not just a Klansman, he was a KKK Grandmaster.
I think he was a Grand Wizard or something.
Grand Wizard, not Grandmaster. Grandmasters are for the
Masons.
Are for the Freemasons.
Yes. If William Byrd had been alive, he would have probably rejoiced to see in his old age once again Harvard having a special separate but equal graduation ceremony for non-white people, essentially. Yeah. So and it's the same thing now. I mean, the Democrat Party hasn't changed.
It hasn't at all.
They changed the way they package their ideas. Yes, as I always say, the packaging changes with time. But the fundamental ideas, they don't. There is no such thing as new ideas. And, segregationism and racism, militant, institutionalized racism, that's a very old Democrat idea. It's not something that emerged yesterday. Admittedly, but at least this time around, you don't necessarily need a civil war to flatten it out, but it has to be flattened. It has to be flattened. And it has to be flattened like this. I mean, no, you want to do the white man bad course? Okay, fair enough. You pay it out of your own pocket. You do it off of state-owned property. And
definitely not with taxpayers' money.
And definitely not with taxpayers' money. And I will go even further and say, no. Just like it is haram for me to put in this podcast or anywhere on YouTube, really, some I guess some songs from the time of the KKK, for instance. That would be haram, right? Well, it should be haram as well to push progressive propaganda on race. Because
yes, but you see, progressive propaganda is positive racism. It's racism to empower the underprivileged minorities.
It's racism plus smile, right? And divided by power and privilege, or whatever. What's there? No. Seriously, no. What was it? I think they had at some point the way they project things, they say, oh my God, the right wingers, they push institutionalized racism. That's a very nice projection you have there for a member of a party that's been doing that for 170 years at the very least.
At the very least,
yeah. That's quite cute. It's like I would accuse leftists of pushing capitalism. I mean, although in fairness, that's a tactic that you should be adopting, especially if you want to subvert greenies. If you remember, the Michael Moore's documentary "Planet of the Humans" basically accuses green leftists of being capitalists. It's a left-wing critique on eco-Marxism. It accuses them of being capitalists. So that kind of projection is still possible. Though it should be only used by experienced propagandists, as opposed to left-wing projection, which can be used by any Karen with an equally inefficient result. This one is cute. Daily Wire. Angry salon customers protest at Pelosi's home. Hang blow dryers and curlers on Pelosi's tree. Women who reportedly described themselves as angry salon customers peacefully protested at House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home in San Francisco on Thursday after a video surfaced this week that showed Pelosi. We showed you the video last episode. Protesters have gathered in front of her home and are stringing up curlers and blow dryers on a tree after a video surfaced of Pelosi getting her hair done indoor and without a muzzle at a San Fran salon, says the San Francisco Chronicle reporter Jessica Christian. She continued, none of these demonstrators are in front of Nancy Pelosi's home are salon owners or workers. They've all described themselves as angry salon customers who want to get their hair and nails done. Demonstrators have formed a hand-holding circle around the tree with blow dryers and hair curlers hanging in front of Nancy Pelosi's home. The tree of blow dryers and curlers has been decorated with an American flag and dubbed the Freedom Tree by protesters in front of Nancy Pelosi's home. Yeah.
You can't make this shit up. No, not in the slightest. So as an update, the saloon's owner has raised up until a few days ago 260,000. I haven't checked it today, but her target was $300,000 because the situation where Nancy Pelosi went to her salon to get her hair blown dried forced her to relocate because of the intense hatred that
the saloon owner got a lot of hate from Democrat operatives, basically, and
but also the population that doesn't know better. And it's a similar principle that we discussed in the previous podcast. The nomenclatura has its own rules, but those rules don't have applied to the population, which means that your average normal person cannot go to a salon without a muzzle. Or none at all in the case of California.
Or not at all, yes.
But Speaker Pelosi can. And what's even more curious here is that Speaker Pelosi hasn't extended the nomenclature benefits to her, but actually accused the salon owner of setting up the recording, even though the salon owner went out quickly and told her, no, we've had this CCTV system for about 5 years. No, it wasn't put there just to make you look bad.
But if it happened to make you look bad, I mean, why not? Then there's that. Then there's that. I mean, this kind of provides a lot of opportunity. There's a cough out there, and we can make Nancy Pelosi look bad, and we already have the system set up. So why not release the coughs on her? The thing is that I didn't expect this one to happen, and I'm glad it did. Because it's very rare. There is a rule that you and I both know since the times we were writing non-feminist texts, so long before this channel existed. There is a rule that seems to be very consistent across history, at least in the last 4,000 years. Maybe before that it was different, but in the last 4,000 years, there is this consistent rule. When a policy, no matter how idiotic or benign it may be, it doesn't matter. When a policy is negatively affecting women, or is perceived as negatively affecting women, it doesn't even have to really affect women, it just has to be perceived as such, that policy gets helicoptered in a very, very short time, without much fuss. Yeah. So, you have a bunch of Karens protesting at Nancy Pelosi's home. I'm pretty sure the restrictions on salons will be out by next week. De facto. I don't know, the Governor Newsom may be spouting something on TV, but he'll end up like Ludovic Orban in Romania. He speaks, we laugh, and we just carry on with our lives. Because someone did ask actually, what are the restrictions currently in Romania? De facto, none. Yeah, de jure, I think the Minister of Health just said that we should be keeping distance in schools and whatever. I'll show you next Monday, the school year starts. I'm going to be there and videotape, and I'll show you how much of those are being observed. My bet is going to be about roughly 0%. And that's probably going to happen in California as well. Now that basic suburban women are like, you know what, fuck this shit.
Yeah, when the Democrat suburban population in California, of all places, is mad on the lockdown restrictions, you know that
the days of the restrictions are numbered.
Yeah, and the Democrats particularly fucked up in a big time. So thank you, blessed Corona Chan, for providing us multiple.
You have to pat the virus because
yes, very good virus.
Yeah, because without this one, we wouldn't be able to helicopter as many Democrats. I mean, seriously, this fluff has provided.
Yes, the Democrats helicopter from the state and Democrats steamroll from the Congress.
It would be so glorious to see the Democrats losing California. Or even losing, just one district of San Francisco. That would be enough to get them full Macintosh. They would go full Macintosh immediately. Yeah. One other aspect to be noted, and for everyone to keep in mind, these protesters, maybe they were just lucky. They just happened to have the idea, or maybe someone taught them. Regardless, the idea is impeccable. When you want to do these kinds of things, target people rather than institutions, because people hurt more than institutions, as Saul Alinsky has been teaching us for 50 years. So good on them for protesting against Speaker Pelosi personally rather than in front of the Capitol Hill or whatever. No. No, go after them personally. That's exactly the same advice that I'm providing here in Romania. No, go after the MP personally. Go after the member of the Liberals personally. Make them personally pay, because people hurt more than institutions.
Yes, and the reason why Lucian is suggesting targeting the people, not the institution, is because the institution, as we learned back since the communist era, they can always blame one decision on little boss number 2 from aisle number 4 on any fuck up that happened. Just in case, as it happened, remember in the Soviet Union, the Chernobyl incident, what exactly happened because of it. The two of the managers from the plant got sent 20 years for hard labor after a nuclear incident.
Yeah, and bureaucracies, it doesn't matter if they're big or small. Bureaucracies always find a small scapegoat that they can then just hide behind the ranks. I mean, at least the Soviet Union, they would send them to the hard labor, but in more recent and civilized times, they usually just get reshuffled. They don't even get fired. Even if that person is guilty, but oftentimes it's not even someone guilty, it's just someone who's been drawing the short stick. That's serious. I'm serious about it. That's how they usually do it. Because again, I have a lot of friends in bureaucracies and I know exactly how they function, and that's how they usually do. We need a scapegoat for that. But if you go after people, well, that's when
it's harder to pin on some other guy when that individual itself is made responsible for what happened.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to see more protests in front of Nancy Pelosi's home. I'm hoping she gets forced to relocate. Why not? I mean, why should people who try to make a living be forced to relocate because of Nancy Pelosi's ideas, but she shouldn't be forced to relocate because of her ideas? No, I think she should. I know, that's instigation and that's bad. No, it's not bad. No, it's exactly how these people should be treated all the time. Don't forgive them, ever. Yes. Forgiveness is to be provided by God, if God exists. Humans are not meant to provide forgiveness, they're meant to provide vengeance. Okay? Military.com. China's military has surpassed the United States in ships, missiles, and air defense, the DoD report finds. China's People's Liberation Army has already surpassed the US in missile development and its number of warships and air defense systems under the CCP's plan to achieve dominance by 2049, the DoD said in a sobering report on Tuesday. The ultimate goal of the People's Republic of China is to develop military by mid-century that is equal to, or in some cases superior to, the United States military or that of any other great power that the PRC views as a threat, the DoD's annual report.
So the CCP sees the US as a threat. Good to know that for future reference.
To that end, the PRC has marshaled the resources, technology, and political will over the past 2 decades to strengthen and modernize the PLA in nearly every respect. Under national strategy pressed by Chinese President Xi Jinping, the result has been that China is already ahead of the United States in certain areas, essential to its overall aim of progressing from homeland and periphery defense to global power projection. The PRC has the largest navy in the world, with an overall battle force of approximately 350 ships and submarines, including over 130 major surface combatants. And that's compared to the US Navy's current battle force of 295 ships. In addition, the PRC has more than 1,250 ground-launched ballistic missiles and ground-launched cruise missiles, with ranges between 500 and 5,500 kilometers, while the US currently fields one type of conventional ground-launched ballistic missiles with a range of 70 to 300 kilometers and no ground-launched cruise missiles, the report says. Actually, I don't think the latter part is true. In some respects, China is also ahead of it on integrated air defense systems with a mix of Russian-built and homegrown systems. The PRC has one of the world's largest forces of advanced long-range surface-to-air missile systems, including Russian-built S-400 and S-300 and domestically produced anti-air system, making up part of its robust and redundant integrated air defense system. The report said, well, maybe their domestically produced ones are better, but the Russian-built S-400, they're crap. I mean, the Turks bought a few of them and now they regret it. But okay, fair enough. Despite the advances, the PLA remains in a position of inferiority to the US in overall military strength, said Chad Spargia, the deputy assistant. They're all called Chad these days in the Trump administration. Not that I think that's wrong, actually. I think that's glorious. But Anyway, the 173-page DoD report does not claim that China military is 10 feet tall, but the Chinese Communist Party wants it to be and has the plan and resources to reach that goal. Sbargia, a retired Marine officer, said at an American Enterprise Institute forum on China's military. At an earlier Pentagon briefing on the report, Sbargia said Beijing's military strategy was driven by the view that the US has decided upon a long period of confrontation to counter the global spread of China's influence. He said that China increasingly views the United States as more willing to confront Beijing on matters where the US and PRC interests are inimical. The CCP leaders view the United States security alliances and partnerships, especially those in the Indo-Pacific region, as destabilizing and irreconcilable with China's interests. Well, they're correct. The DoD report, titled Military and Security Developments Involving the PRC, comes about 2 weeks before Congress is set to return from recess to convene a Senate House Conference Committee on the National Defense Authorization Act and the defense budget for fiscal year 2021. Defense Secretary Mark Esper has acknowledged downward pressures on the defense budget to offset the enormous costs of the COVID-19 response, while arguing for sustained increases of 3 to 5% in defense spending in future years to maintain U.S. superiority and readiness. The 20th annual report on China's by DoD noted the staggering improvement in China's ability to build, coordinate, and project power since the first report was issued.
Well, so good to remember. China views the US as a threat. That's good to know for any future reference. Well, in reality, that's true. China's PLA is indeed less disciplined than the US is. But you also have to look at the size. China's PLA has about 2 million active personnel, which makes it one of the largest by manpower of the world.
I think it's the largest by manpower.
No, the largest is actually North Korea, which has 4 million.
Officially claimed, yeah.
Officially.
And it's probably the Indian army, he's pretty big too, yeah.
The Indian army is about 1 million something, I don't exactly remember how much, but no, indeed, China fields one of the largest manpower militaries in the world. But even like that, even they admitted that they wouldn't be capable, for example, to invade Taiwan if they wanted to. And while it is true that in terms of technology they have surpassed the US, but you also have to look where exactly did they surpass them. You see it was missiles, and it was also integrated air defense, and there was also ships. Particularly the missiles and the integrated air defense is a defensive measure, because they are aware that if the NATO coalition would decide to actually do something against China, the only thing that they would do is to blockade the ports, which is why they needed integrated air defense to be on point. Let's not talk about the S-400s. We know they're catastrophic and they're very expensive compared to the performance they actually provide. But
just their upkeep alone is brutally expensive. As I was reading a few briefings, accidentally not leaked but actually leaked from the Turkish military, and the top brass of the Turkish military were like, Erdogan was insane to buy this crap.
Yes, and not to mention that Erdogan got a lot of flack for buying the S-400s
from NATO
itself.
Yeah, and everyone said that, NATO is shilling against them because they're Russian-made. No, NATO is shilling against them because they're crap. First and foremost, because they are crap.
Yes, so, yeah. but it was good as a project. One NATO country buys it, so NATO can disassemble it and see exactly how good it is. Yeah.
The problem is that probably the Russians didn't like it, but the Turks accidentally leaked all of the intel that they gathered it, and you can buy it for like 50 cents on the dark web. so it's not exactly free, but it's basically free. So yeah.
Yeah, but indeed, let's not forget the scope of this DoD report. Even as the article says, it's that time of the year when the DoD has to shill for a higher budget, particularly now that some pushback from inside has been happening in order to reduce the budget in order to combat the cough. No, they're not going to buy that. But the report, while indeed it is correct, and when you're talking about the number of ships, yes, it is true. But as I've said in the previous podcast, China does not have a clear doctrine on blue water operations, which is what the US is doing. And in terms of projecting power, yes, they have managed to some extent to put the military base in Djibouti, while that and recently Sri Lanka. After that Belt and Road fiasco, where they built a port close to Colombo, and when Sri Lanka found out that they can't pay for it, it became de facto a PLA base. Again, where exactly does China see real sea operations? They see in the South China Sea, where if you look at it geographically, it is by no means comparable to an operation in the ocean, and that's where exactly where they're losing, and along with that, the US doesn't even have to field the aircraft carriers in order to actually scare China. The US has bases in Japan, it has bases in Guam, it has a lot of bases in South Korea. So that's where the integrated air defense part helps China. But as you can see, these are all defensive measures. They're not for projecting power. They're trying to do that. They're trying to make it look like that. But they are very far from being actually capable at the level even the Russians are doing. Let's remember, the Americans and the Russians got a lot of practice during the Cold War in terms of blue water operations, particularly in the Arctic Ocean. Back when the SSBM submarines, the ones that could actually flatten the entire coastline with their nuclear weapon arsenal, they were running around, and not even right now. A lot of the submarine fleets are detected because that's the doctrine. China is not capable of that, particularly because they don't have a control over worldwide information the way the US is doing with their military satellite
system. Yes, I mean, Russia may be poor. I mean, the GDP of Russia was slightly smaller than Italy's. I guess now it's the same as Italy because Italy's GDP took a dive because of their idiotic prime minister during the coup. But still, even at that level, Russia can still send little green men in Cuba. They can still project power in ways that China can't even begin to
dream
about. Yes. So there's that. These kinds of news have to be viewed more politically rather than militarily, because politically speaking, it's basically let's shill for more shekels for the DoD, which is what the DoD has been doing since there has been a DoD.
yes, and we actually approve of the shilling because we rather prefer the US to remain the world hegemon rather than have Russia, or worse, even China.
No, we just call it diplomacy with a big stick, and the big stick has to be oiled consistently. Just like Vladimir Impaler used to do, is oil his big sticks routinely.
Yes, it's only the lubricant that changed. It used to be the blood of the Turks. Now it's
blood of the commies. Anyway, the tree of liberty has to be watered from time to time. I mean, I'm just saying it wasn't meant to be literally. Well, actually, it was. But anyway, as to the you have to clarify a little bit when you said China couldn't invade Taiwan. Because if you look at it on the map, it seems like, oh come on, is that complicated? Well, actually it is.
Well, it is complicated because China does not have practice in amphibious warfare, which is what they need. Not even Germany back in World War II could dream of having the amphibious invasion doctrine, which they needed it when they considered invading the UK.
Yes, and again, Taiwan has a lot of friends. And the CCP doesn't, because the CCP, who are they going to call? They're going to call Putin to help help with invading Taiwan.
Even
Putin would say that niet. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, even China's relationship right now at Russia is pretty high strung. So they'll definitely not call for Putin there, and they're not going to rely on Vietnam either, even though Vietnam is one of the very few countries that won a war against the US.
Yes, but Vietnam doesn't have a very high opinion about the CCP or mainland China. They just don't. I mean, as we mentioned last episode, they've been keeping social distancing from the CCP for quite several years now, at least since 2010, actually, if not a little bit earlier than that. You can see it in all sorts of sociological metrics. The population kind of agrees. It's probably the only aspect where the government of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam and the population of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam fully do agree, and that would be the CCP man bad. So there's that. Okay, let's get back very close to home. Al Jazeera. Bosniaks in Montenegro live in fear and anxiety following election. Bosniak citizens of Montenegro say fear and anxiety pervades their communities after a series of attacks and vandalism targeted the minority population following the country's parliamentary election, which ushered in a new majority government dominated by right-wing nationalists. Fact check false. The intense election campaign pitted President Milo Djukanovic's pro-Western Democratic Party of Socialists against the right-wing For the Future of Montenegro bloc, comprised mainly of Serb nationalist parties that seek closer ties with Belgrade and Moscow. Again, fact check false. The bloc, combined with two other opposition alliances, achieved a razor-thin majority, grabbing 41 out of the 81 seats in parliament, bringing the DPS rule to an end after leading the NATO member country for 30 years. The campaign largely focused on a dispute over a law on religious rights introduced in late 2019, staunchly opposed by the Serbian Orthodox Church, and I would add the vast majority of normal, sane people. The SPC argued the law allowed the state to confiscate its property in order to set up a separate church, sparking protests over the last 10 months, supported by the opposition. The government has denied the allegation. Well, the votes disagree, so the government can fuck off. Attacks and provocations against Bosniaks began as soon as exit poll results were released last Sunday, and opposition supporters began celebrating on the streets. Bosniaks are the third largest ethnic group in the small Adriatic nation of 622,000 after Montenegrins and Serbs. Yes, so, okay, I guess, first of all, the allegation was true. Mr. Djukanovic did want to nationalize portions of the church's property with the purpose of creating a separate church in order to use the church for geopolitical power play. This is not something, he genuinely believed he was special. These are the things that the empire has been doing since forever, and you have to do it with a license. And he didn't have a license for that. You can't just wake up tomorrow, I want my own church. Really? Really? Well, do you have a license for that? And the Patriarch of Constantinople, yes, that's the ruling institution for these kinds of things. The Constantinople hasn't been a thing since forever, but the institution of the Constantinople Patriarchate is still there. And they are the final authority on these kinds of things. And the Patriarchate from Constantinople were like, yeah, no, that's just not going to happen. Basically, Mr. Djukanovic, you don't have a license to do that. But he pushed anyway because he was like, well, I've been ruling this country for 30 years. what can they do? Well, they can flatten your regime. That's what they can do. Which they should have. It's a good thing that it did happen. Now, as for the Bosniaks live in fear. Yeah, that's why after the elections, the Bosniak political party were like, Mr. Djukanovic, you're alone. And they broke the coalition and they joined. They joined this one. They joined the winners, or maybe they'll stay neutral. But definitely they broke the alliance with Milo Djukanovic. So, they live in fear. Really? Do they? Why do 100% of their political representatives have a different opinion? Really? And again, in those cases where there is an ethnic vote, there is a very direct connection. It's not the case that they've lost touch with the... No. You can't do that in Montenegro. It's a small enough country where everyone knows everyone, and you can't just do that. So, but then again, we have to remember, Al Jazeera's headquarters in Europe is in Sarajevo. So, I'm just saying, it's a very cute building, actually. It's, for a few years, it was the biggest and the cutest building in Sarajevo. Not anymore, but still, it's a very important building, and that's where their Europe central headquarters is located, in Sarajevo. So, of course, they're gonna write crap like this. As for the what did they say?
Do explain to us, please. How does this article say that the future Montenegro bloc seeks ties with Belgrade and the Russians
and Moscow? Yes.
Considering that the reason why Montenegro broke from the Republic of Serbia is because they wanted to be in NATO. And there was a unanimous decision, so absolutely everybody was on board with this.
Yeah, and they, again, many years after independence, they had a referendum on that. Again, membership to NATO passed with flying colors, with very little dissidence. So it's...
yes, and Romania supported the decision to join NATO.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we supported them, we supported Albania. But the thing is, what I don't understand is the idea that a country whose raison d'etre, and the reason they exist, is to not be Serbia, because we're like Serbia but we like Americans. That's basically Montenegro for you. We're Serbia but we like Americans. And of course they want closer ties with Belgrade because, well, they are the same people. They just have a different way of looking at things geopolitically. That's the fundamental difference between Serbia and Montenegro. So the very idea that the same population that 3 years ago voted to join in 4 years ago, whatever, in 2016 I think it was the referendum. In 17 they joined, but I think in 16
in 16 it passed.
They had the referendum. Yeah, so that same population now suddenly wants to vote in a militant pro-Russian. Come on. No, that's just not gonna happen, period. But until then, they said here that, the right-wing nationalists, so we're gonna talk about the coalition immediately. There's very few right-wing nationalists in the coalition anyway. But the whole idea that, a series of attacks. Well, this is 20% speculation on my part and 80% willing to bet that I'm entirely correct. Namely that, you know what happened? Probably a few people were watching the election night in a bar, and they drank too much. And maybe they stumbled upon each other. Or maybe there was a bar fight. And some of the people who got kicked happened to be Bosniaks. Others happened to be Montenegrins or Serbs, but no one cared about those because Al Jazeera's job there is to push divisive propaganda. I think that's exactly what happened. And the reason I think that is because I'm looking at the footage from the night of the elections. You are looking at the footage from the night of the elections. Again, this country has 600 and something thousand inhabitants in total. About a fifth of the population is in the streets, in the footage you're looking at now, celebrating the result of the elections. I find it very difficult that those people had even the time to start chasing the very few Bosniaks that even exist in the country, to beat them up because what? I mean, they've all been working for an entire year to flatten Djukanovic's regime, and August 31st was their day. The full confirmation that they won. Why would they be busy chasing, again, the very few Bosniaks that even exist? Now, as for the pro-Russian whatever, first of all, let's go with the fact that even Al Jazeera, just like almost every other cathedral media outlet in all languages of Europe, they say, the pro-Western Milo Djukanovic. No, this guy was part of the communist administration, and also a little bit of an aid to Slobodan Milosevic, was many things, but definitely not pro-Western.
Yes, so I was just going to say that wasn't Djukanovic part of the same enclave that Slobodan Milosevic was part of?
Oh, yeah. Admittedly, kind of briefly, but he was never held to account for that, because again, he was pro-Western. Sure, of course.
So he played on the right side.
He played on the right side, yes. And again, the whole idea that, oh my God, it's so terrible. What's so terrible? A political party called Demokratska Partia Socialista Crne Gore, I don't think that even needs translation. The commies got flattened in a free election. That's good. In itself, it's a good thing. And the guy has been in power for 30 years. You know what we call these kinds of regimes? Dictatorships. So yeah, a dictatorship got flattened in a free election. Good. I don't care who won. I mean, seriously, I don't care who won. The politicians are like socks. They're useful, but you have to change them pretty often because otherwise they stink. And this guy was stinking quite a lot. Again, let's see who are these pro-Russians. So it's basically 3 political parties, and after the elections another 2, basically the minority Bosniaks and the Social Democratic Party, which is a minuscule party in Montenegro. The other 2 who used to be working with Milo Djukanovic, they were like, Mr. Djukanovic, you're alone. But basically it's 3 main political parties of the coalition that won. So the first one is the Demokratski Front. I don't think it needs a translation. And yes, it's a center-right-ish, very pro-Serbian, that's true. Very populist and very pro-European Union. Ouch. Now, admittedly, the reason I say center-right-ish is because 8 years ago, this exact same political party was part of the Yugoslav Marxist-Leninist Union. 8 years ago, not 18, not 38 years ago, no, 8, in 2012.
2012,
Yeah, they ran on the broader umbrella of the Yugoslav Marxist-Leninist Union. I mean, seriously. Oh, these are the right-wing nationalists? Okay, fair enough. And the pro-Russians, for sure, very pro-Russians. The second party is Demokratska Crna Gora, which is center-leftish, again. These are, the previous ones are center-right-ish, but used to be part of the Marxist-Leninist Union. These people, Demokratska Crna Gora, they tend to be center-leftish, but they have sound economics. They want lower taxes, very pro-NATO. And other than that, they're pretty milquetoast, I mean, they're not really that... but they happen not to hate the Serbian population, which tended to be very important during this election, I mean, seriously, during this election, it was, who doesn't hate the Serbs? Okay, these people, fair enough. That's basically it. And I think the third one is even more hard. It's even harder to make the case that they're pro-Russians. Called the Ujedinjena Reformska Akcija, or the United Reform Action, which they're kind of like the Demokratska Socialista Partija, kind of like Milo Djukanovic's party, but they just happen not to hate the Serbs, again. And they're a little bit more multicultural than Milo Djukanovic's party, because the party is led by Dritan Abazovic, who happens to be an ethnic Albanian, and they don't want to nationalize the church. That would be the fundamental differences between United Reform Action and the DSP, the DPS, sorry, Demokratska Partija Socialista. So yeah, that would be the main difference. So these are the pro-Russians.
Very, very pro-Russian.
Very pro-Russian. I think the Demokratski Front, you can kind of sort of make the case because they're deeply pro-Serbian, and at least, Demokratski Front is not bothered by Russian influence. The other two are virulently anti-Russian. The first one is not bothered by Russian influence. These are the fundamental differences. This is the pro-Russian militant coalition that wants to kill the Bosniaks, with the multicultural party and the pro-multiculturalism party and the pro-EU party. Really? 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 Mm-hmm. Okay, so these people are the Russians. And even Al Jazeera is pushing this kind of lie by showing the only, and I'm serious, it's the only picture you'll ever find anywhere. There was one person in that 100,000 rally that indeed had a Russia flag. It had a Russian flag. And it wasn't even a Russian flag per se, because it was a sort of the kind of promenade type of model. It is Russia's flag, and then it has the royal emblem on it, which is rarely being used in modern setting, although it is permitted and it's sometimes accepted, but it's rarely being used anyway. And it also writes Russia on the flag, which is absolutely haram.
Absolutely haram. Yeah.
So, even that one, I think it was brought to the protest just to troll the Westerners. And the Westerners did take the bait, because Westerners tend to be stupid. Although in the case of Al Jazeera, they're not stupid.
They're doing it intentionally.
No, they're doing it intentionally. But Agence France Presse and all the other wankers who covered the Montenegrin elections, no, those people are stupid. They really are. Again, one person out of 100,000 rally had a Russian flag that wouldn't even be accepted in Russia, and celebrating the victory of a coalition that is, two of them are anti-Russia and one of them is meh on Russia. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
right.
These are the right-wing pro-Russian nationalists, and fuck off. Like seriously, fuck off. And again, the winners, who indeed they have just enough for a new majority, they don't even want a political government yet. They'll prefer something, well, not necessarily technocratic, but something, something to please as many people as possible. And the mandate is to, maintain the geopolitical direction. Again, if they were pro-Russians, they wouldn't want to maintain the geopolitical direction. And crack down on corruption, and maybe lower some taxes, and maybe cut some bureaucracy. And that's pretty much it. Ace von, as our friends in Hungary would say. That's it. So that's the militant pro-Russian coalition. Or maybe you're insane. Could be. And it's important because I guess I could say this in public. Certain countries in Europe, could be Germany among them, were like, you know what, we're kind of sick and tired of this Djukanovic guy. Yeah, but we can't, because we poured a lot of money in propaganda against the opposition, so we can't openly support the opposition. Okay, fair enough. So Berlin didn't openly support anyone. But also Berlin happened to tell anyone who has a residence permit in Germany, but doesn't live in Montenegro unless they'd go occasionally, due to the cough and the election, please don't travel to Montenegro. If you do, we might withdraw your, what would they call it, Arbeit something, whatever, the work permit. So basically they flattened one of the biggest occasions that the regime would always use to basically harvest votes and outvote the majority population within the country. Now, admittedly, the turnover at the election was much higher than usual. About 75% of the population voted, which is pretty high.
Yeah, pretty high for a country that has a common trend among Balkan countries of having high political apathy, where you don't generally see that high of a turnout. Although
admittedly Montenegro usually does have high turnouts, usually in late 60s. Even last time in 2016 they had 70.03 I think, or something like that. But even by their standards this time it was huge turnout. By general EU standards, very high. I mean, really, what was the general turnout at the last European elections? 30, 40?
30 something percent.
40?
Yeah.
Okay, Belgium had something higher, of course, because, EU institutions are Belgium, and Belgium is the EU institution, so of course they had higher turnout. But for most of Europe, not really. But this time around it mattered. And it also has to be said that unlike every other election since independence, this time around the opposition actually followed the proper propaganda warfare doctrine. That is to say, no, we're going to produce a bajillion memes a day and meme you until you cry and then make meme about you crying. And then during the election day, we're going to put a lot of our people in every single polling station in the country to physically surveil all of the votes until not only they've been counted in, but then counted again by our people, and then properly written down and then properly delivered. And also we're going to put people of our movement at every border checkpoint and between them to prevent any, imported voters, which Milo Djukanovic had been using for quite some time, and did the same this time around too. But a lot of them had been caught on camera, and that's further discouraged. And with the live broadcast on YouTube and on Facebook about that, and armed basically with YouTube and Facebook and pen and patience, that's how they won. And at least as opposed to 2016, this time around they were willing to go all in. They were like, no, we're gonna flatten this regime no matter what. As you can see in the footage, there's no COVID-19 in Montenegro.
No, they're not coughing.
Yeah. Here's a lot of proper social distancing in Montenegro. Now, admittedly, they kind of all coughed anyway because the election campaign was very intense, and at least the opposition definitely didn't observe social distancing. Now, you could see. If you were, those of you who followed the campaign closely, and I was one of the people who did, you could see that some of them were just dropping off the map for like 7 or 8 days. That's when they were coughing, and then coming back into the campaign. So basically, they all coughed anyway. So at the end of the election, they could afford to have this huge party because they had all coughed anyway by that time. So they've all had this fluffy little cute guy. But yeah, it's very interesting to watch because the Western publications have to pretend they're a bit upset that Djukanovic lost, but and they have to uphold the propagandistic message that they have been broadcasting for quite some time. But at the same time, they're like, you know what? But he kind of had it coming. And that's what bothers me the most. Especially, again, I don't blame Al Jazeera. They're paid to publish this kind of propaganda crap. They're basically the what's it called, the propaganda arm of Qatar in Europe, and not just in Europe, but in this case in Europe. So I don't blame them necessarily, but I do blame, you know, Agence France Presse, Deutsche Welle, and other news agencies who just basically took this article and retranslated it, or maybe rephrased it a little bit, but for the most part they kept the fundamentals of it. Oh, but you know, there's more Russians and more pro-Moscow, and all of the shills who get a lot of shekels from the European Union or from various political parties associated with CDU or EPP, like PNL in Romania. They've all swallowed this bullshit hook, line and sinker, and you know, the pro-Russians, man. And no,
but you can't have expectations from the Cathedral media, particularly when this was exactly lazy effort. What Al Jazeera did was intentional, but what the agencies you mentioned, like Deutsche Welle and Agence France Presse, it was pretty much lazy effort of copy-pasting.
No, actually, I can be I can have higher expectations, because this is, at the end of the day, the area of Europe that had warfare on its territory, the most recent. I mean, you know, and it's not, and now it was boiling politically. So you should be aware, and you should be more careful with what you're writing, because, you know, sometimes these things can have consequences. Admittedly, this time they won't, because this time at least it's not the real Russians. And also these people have, the people that won have much more important considerations now than whatever Al Jazeera believes about them. They have something more important. You know, they have to flatten the dictatorship. Because, you know, they won the elections, but, you know, the deep state, the bureaucracies are still there. They're all Djukanovic appointees. So, you know, just cleansing those people from their offices is going to take quite a lot of time. But yeah, no pro-Russian coalition, not there. If you want to look at pro-Russian coalition, you know, head a bit, you know, north to Serbia. That's where you'll find a lot of them. I mean, you know, President of Serbia, Vučić, last year, I think in May, just a few, 2 or 3 weeks before I went to Serbia last time, had a press conference where he said that there's never going to be a situation where Serbia will not serve Russia's interests. So, you know, I mean, if you want to see the real pro-Russians, you don't have to go all the way down to Podgorica. You know, Belgrade is closer. Speaking of Belgrade, I didn't put it in the file with the news, but have you noticed that almost nobody wrote about the deal between Belgrade and Pristina, brokered by Donald Trump? It's almost as if...
It was only on whitehouse.gov, but absolutely nobody wrote about it, not even the Cathedral media in the US.
Yeah, no, I mean, there was barely mentioned on Fox News, no mentioning on CNN. I'm sure by the time I publish this, eventually they'll get around to publish something about it, but it's pretty surprising. I suspect it's because the Democrats are upset that it happened, and and the Republicans, they just don't know where Serbia, Kosovo, what's that? It is indeed a very fine balance within the region, but it's a pretty remote region if you're looking from Washington DC, isn't it?
It is a pretty remote region, but this has to be remembered that the US several years ago, under the Bill Clinton administration, they bombed the shit out of Serbia in order to support Kosovo, and it is actually surprising. But at the same time, what's important to mention is that Al Jazeera is playing a dangerous game here, where they are shilling to diverge the population in terms of nationality, particularly the Bosnians. You can't do that in that area because, as we remember, in the past century, there have been 2 Balkan wars, and there has been a third armed incursion, which was the war against Serbia when the Yugoslavia broke up, and the US was on the part of the rest of the countries that was not Serbia. Because Slobodan Milosevic wanted pretty much to reunite the country after Tito died.
Yeah, and Milosevic kind of sucked. And there's also another aspect that I'm pretty sure the peeps from Al Jazeera know it, but they pretend they don't. Bosnia is not a single ethnicity country. That's why it's called Bosnia and Herzegovina Federacija, the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And it's divided into 4 places: Bosnia, Herzegovina, Republika Srpska, I don't think that needs translation, and the Brčko district. And they're very distinct. And at some point they had 3 presidents in order to... I'm serious about this. It's one of the most complicated political systems in the world, if not the most complicated political system, at least in the democratic world. It sort of works, but you know, I kind of like it because it provides almost eternal gridlock, and that's why I love it.
And it has to provide eternal gridlock in order to not favor one nationality or the other occupying Bosnia. Otherwise, we've seen on the historical track record what happens when divergences start boiling.
Yeah, and it's not just about nationality, it's also about religion. You know, Republika Srpska is of course Orthodox, and then
the Bosnians are Muslims.
Muslim, and Herzegovina is basically Croats, you know, Catholics, and it's a lot more complicated. So you know, and this one, Bosniaks in Montenegro, which one of them? From Herzegovina, from Republika Srpska, from Brčko? I don't think there are too many Muslim Bosniaks in Montenegro. Well, in reality there aren't that many Muslim Bosniaks in Bosnia, but let's keep that aside. Because it's really interesting. In Bosnia, if you want to vote, actually, you have to register as part of one of the 3 groups, essentially, Catholic, Orthodox, or Muslims. I mean, you can't be a citizen of Bosnia and Herzegovina. No, that's not yet acceptable. It will soon be, but there is an entire effort to overhaul the legislation a little bit and, you know, apply a little bit of a more modern standards. Because, you know, it's not just young people, it's also old people in Bosnia. They're tired of this shit. They really are tired of this shit. And they're like, really? I mean, who's going to invade us? Really? Nobody, right? Because Bosnia is a very hard place to invade to begin with. I mean, take a trip from Belgrade to Sarajevo by car, and explain to me how you're going to invade that place in order to conquer it. Because you know, we have to remember the Serbian incursion had a lot more field at its disposal that doesn't exist now. It's a lot more complicated. And you know, it becomes very complicated. Again, the ex-Yugoslav space is not a simple equation. And this whole idea that, oh my God, you know, the pro-Russians win, they suddenly start beating up Bosniaks. No, that's not how reality works. It's just not how reality works. But again, at least I understand why Al Jazeera is doing that. I don't understand why others are doing it, especially journalists who have never been there. I have no idea what they're talking about. But they have strong opinions. Oh, the Russians will win there.
And you can even bet on some journalists who don't even know where Montenegro is on the map.
Oh, for sure. Or what is the language being spoken there? And don't tell me it's Montenegrin, because I'll spit in your face. So yeah, there's that. All right, let's go further up north. British Brainwash Corporation, Rule Britannia, will be sung on last night of the proms after BBC U-turn. The BBC has reversed its decision not to have Rule Britannia and Land of Hope and Glory sung at the last night of the proms. The U-turn follows fierce criticism sparked by reports that the lyrics were being dropped due to associations with colonialism and slavery. We're talking about the country that abolished slavery.
Ironically.
Anyway, last week the BBC said the decision to perform orchestral-only version was prompted by COVID-19 restrictions. That's bullshit. No. However, a select group of singers will now perform the song after all. Suddenly they no longer have cough, right? The pandemic means different proms this year, and one of the consequences under the restrictions is we'll not be able to bring together masked voices, the BBC said in a new statement. For that reason, we took the artistic decision not to sing Rule Britannia and Land of Hope and Glory in the whole. But the statement added, the BBC had been looking hard at what else might be possible and had found a solution. Both pieces will now include a select group of BBC singers. This means the words will be sung in the whole, and as we have always made clear, audiences will be free to sing along at home. At the first night of the proms, 18 socially distanced members of the BBC singers performed in the Royal Albert Hall's otherwise empty stalls with the orchestra on the stage. The BBC original decision to play instrumental versions on the September 12th prompted Prime Minister Boris Johnson to intervene. I can't believe this, that the BBC is saying that they will not sing the words of Land of Hope and Glory or Rule Britannia as they traditionally do at the end of the last night of proms, he told reporters last week. I think it's time we stopped our cringing embarrassment about our history, about our traditions and about our culture, and we stopped this general bout of self-recrimination and wetness. Culture Secretary Oliver Dowden said, confident, forward-looking nations don't erase their history, they add to it. Anyway, I think this also comes amid the other piece of news that I sent to you, and we're going to put it in the description box as well, with the new manager at the BBC, who basically said he's going to flatten most of the BBC's original shows because they have too much bias against Brexit, Donald Trump, the United Kingdom, and the Conservative Party.
Yeah, the ideologues within the BBC are actually shitting themselves right now because of the new director Boris Johnson appointed. and this is one example. They wanted to keep. They want to keep Rule Britannia and Land of Hope and Glory to not be sung because of COVID-19. We're talking about people who actually swallow the propaganda because they are de facto part of the state. BBC is pretty much the state's mouthpiece since they get money, and they also pay the TV license.
Yeah.
Well, so at least for our British audience. Those that still pay the TV license, at least either ask for your money back or put them to sing Rule Britannia.
I think it was Boris Johnson last year was touting the idea of abolishing the TV license, and I don't think he backed down on that. I think the project to get that through the Commons is still somewhere in the process of being subjected to a vote. I don't think he backed down on that one. But last year, Boris Johnson did promise that he's going to put a proper Conservative to rule over BBC. And last month, I think he finally managed to do that. And this month, suddenly, there's a problem at the BBC because there's a new sheriff in town. And he's like, 99% of our programming is against Brexit, is against Donald Trump, is against the Conservative Party and the United Kingdom itself. That's a problem, and it has to change. We need some progress in here. So yeah. Now explain to me what the last night of the proms is.
Well, just for context, imagine that the proms have been a series of promenade concerts that have been happening every summer in London, dating back since 1895. And okay, this hasn't been started by the BBC because it didn't exist back then, but particularly this year it will be a sticking point because it's celebrating its 125th year since it has been going on, and the proms are exactly 8 weeks summer concerts, but the last night of the proms is particularly important because it is a national event, and it has been respected for ever since it appeared, and always at the Royal Albert Hall, the masses have sung, particularly Rule Britannia and Land of Hope and Glory, waving Union Jack flags.
Yeah, but if it's from 1895, Britain had managed to abolish slavery, not just on all of its colonies, but in all of the world. I mean, it had already fought the war to end slavery in the entirety of the planet, for the most part. Of course, there are exceptions, as we all know them. Saudi Arabia would be one of them. Qatar is another one. But anyway, you get the point. So how does this brings back memories of slavery? It's from 1895. Slavery was history already by the time this tradition started.
Yes, first of all, because Britain, first of all, did not have a slavery clause within the island itself. So basically, if a black person could manage back when there was still slavery going on, if a black person would have managed to get on the British Isles, he would have been treated like a British citizen, not as a slave, because the concept of slavery just didn't exist in that period. And as Lucian said, the reason why slavery fell is because Britain got out of it, and they actually did wage a war against slavery by getting out of the business altogether. And when that disappeared, the entire slavery enterprise disappeared, because back then, let's remember, Britain controlled a quarter of the planet.
Yes, and then there is the issue of, on the British Isles themselves, slavery had been abolished since the 1400s-ish, and in the rest of the empire, about 200 years later. But on the Isles themselves, singing Rule Britannia even in 1895 did not, in fact, evoke any kind of pride about slavery, unless it's about the pride of managing to abolish it. They're all full of shit. They're basically all full of shit.
They are full of shit, but the real problem of these people that were against Rule Britannia, not to mention that they're also riding the Black Loot and Murder wave that has been going on in the US. but also they're riding the wave that everything that's when you have to be proud of your country. You don't have to be proud, but it's suggested to be so because, well, what kind of the world are you living in? Well, it's inherently bad for them to be proud of your own heritage and to be proud of your country and to be proud of its achievements, particularly because UK did have significant achievements in its history. Not to mention it is one of the longest functional democracies in the world.
Oh, well, that's debatable if it's a democracy or functional anymore, but at least in theory, that's how things look like. The thing is that this, well, you called it historic deconstructionism. Is that even a word, deconstructionism? But yeah, this kind of whole thing, yeah, let's get pissed off of Cecil Rhodes. And it's funny that one of the initial initiatives against Cecil Rhodes was from a chap who benefited from a Cecil Rhodes scholarship. So,
oh yeah, I remember that one. He was a South African chap that went to Oxford. Through the Cecil Rhodes scholarship.
Yeah. And then he was there to agitate against Cecil Rhodes. I mean, you know, that's in my opinion, those situations should be grounds for terminating your scholarship and forcibly taking back any money you've already cashed in from the scholarship. Just fuck off, mate.
Yes, but his functioning worked because he did it within Oxford, because that's what the Cecil Rhodes offered, pretty much a free ride through the Oxford University, including your masters. So it is pretty generous, and it has been generous ever since the 1800s, since it existed after Cecil Rhodes died. And it did work because as we know, University of Oxford and to a lesser extent Cambridge, but to a greater extent UCL, are pretty much leftist ideologue enclaves.
Yep. Yeah, same. Yeah, you forgot the fourth one at the LSE.
Oh yes, the London School of Economics, so it's non-economical.
The London School of Economics, you know, is neither a school. It's definitely not about economics,
No.
and it's technically not in London, if I recall correctly. It's technically not in London either. So, but yeah, the whole thing is absurd. And you know, when they realized that, oh, we can't make it about slavery because the song is written in 1740. Slavery wasn't a thing in 1740 either, not in the United Kingdom again. So you know, it's okay, so it's because of the coof. Well, suddenly, no, it's not about the coof either. Actually,
No.
you know, it turns out you can sing even with the coof. Now, this one with singing and the coof comes from a very obscure source that is, you know, the home base of left-wing propaganda, as I keep telling you, The Atlantic. That's the publication. Well, that's not publication, it's a rag, but it's a rag where leftists are honest. And The Atlantic recently published a piece of news that basically said, mask up and shut up. That's the title of the piece, where they basically say that, oh, you transmit coof because you talk, so you should be speaking. Really? Really? How about I cough on your face forever? I've had the coof already, but you know, maybe I'm lucky and I get it again. I swear, if I get it again, I'm going straight into a leftist club, because you know, in Europe, most of leftists are really, really old. So you know, I'm only half joking, but you get to decide which half. But then again, this whole idea is insane, and the fact that the BBC finally has some sort of a proper conservative as a manager, maybe it will help. But what it would better help is abolishing the BBC altogether, or you know, just abolish it by privatization. You know, if people want to pay for it, that's fine. But if people don't want to pay for it, that should be fine as well. The whole idea of having a state mogul like this, because the problem with the BBC is because it's huge.
Yes, it is. It is huge, and in order to understand pretty much a lot of our audience, I'm pretty sure that you've flown and you've been to airports. Well, whenever you go to a pub or a bar or a cafe, you either see one of the two, the news media enterprises live. You either see CNN or you see the BBC.
The BBC, yes, and at least CNN is a private enterprise, but BBC is state media, and it's unfairly big without any merit on its own. It doesn't stand on its own merit, and that's a problem. And it's brutally expensive because, you know, at least in Europe, unlike the United States, you know, in Europe we're a little bit more commies as countries, and I don't think there is a country in Europe that doesn't have a state media. I don't think there is. I think Albania will be the first because they recently abolished the state fee, and they might abolish the state media altogether. I'm not surprised it's Albania. You know, those people have suffered quite enough about at the behest of the state media. So I'm not surprised. I will not be surprised if Albania will become the first country in Europe to entirely privatize its state media. But at least in Albania or in Poland or really in most of Eastern Europe and most of Western Europe more recently, at least it's not expensive, you know. I mean, before it was abolished in Romania, it was something like $8 a year or something like that.
Yeah, but in order to understand the scale, the TV license that you pay in the UK. But it also depends if you have a color TV or a black and white TV. I'm not joking.
Because the regulations.
It's on gov't.uk's website. If you have a black and white TV, you got to pay £54 and 10 pence. That's at least how much it used to be last year. But if you have a color TV, then you have to pay £154 and I think 40 pence per year.
Yeah, but it's still a lot. It really
is. It is an immense amount of money for an institution that should not exist.
I mean, with that money, I can pay the internet and broadcast to you for the next 3 years. And you don't have to pay a license for it, although it's always appreciated as a donation, of course. Sticking in Britain and with the BBC, hair salon told it cannot advertise for a happy stylist. The owner of a hair salon was told she could not run a job advert for a happy stylist as it discriminated against unhappy people. AG in Stroud, Gloucestershire, placed an advert on the Job Centre Plus website on Wednesday, stating it was a happy salon looking for happy people. But within hours, owner Alison Birch was contacted over the wording of the ad. The Department of Work and Pensions said the decision was a mistake and has apologized. Miss Birch, 54, said she thought it was a wind-up when she received the call, but when she checked the number, found it was the job center. Miss Birch said she placed an advert for a happy part-time, fully qualified stylist at the job center website on Wednesday morning. But an hour and a half later, she was amazed when she got a call from the WAP. They said, we can't place your advert because you have put a discriminatory word in it and we need to change it. They said you're not allowed to use the word happy in case somebody thinks they can't apply because they're not a happy person. So, well, in a way, the DWP has achieved its mission. By providing this piece of news, they've created more happy people.
yes, pretty much.
Because everyone be like, oh, come on, really? What I don't understand about these kinds of decisions, I guess, you could call them decisions, is that, the main instinct is always to say, well, maybe Orwell had a point. Well, of course, Orwell was British. And obviously he knew his society really, really well and knew how to identify trends. And especially he knew British leftists really, really well, being one himself. You just happened to be a leftist, but also a very smart leftist. That was George Orwell for you, and a smart British leftist. So, of course, Orwell was right. But the thing is that even if he wrote the warning about it, it just seems to be that it's increasingly common. It was also that case with admittedly she was a feminist, that's why I didn't care about the case, but still, it was that feminist woman who had a t-shirt with the dictionary definition of the word woman on it and got kicked out of a pub because trannies might feel offended.
Oh, yeah.
There were no trannies in the bar or in the entire neighborhood, but what if there were one, and what if they're offended, man? Really. Now, you can't put the word happy on it. It's pretty much the same as it was a few years ago, if you remember, if you're Sun Beach ready or something like that.
In
the
US.
But they were banned in the London Metro. In the US, the lefties screeched about it, and the company just bought a bigger banner and said, fuck off. And that was it. Eventually, the scandal was flattened because nobody cared about leftists screeching. But in London, the ad was
Yeah,
banned.
it was removed from the tube as well.
Yes, yes. It was first the London Underground that banned it, and eventually the what's that Muslim guy named? Sadiq Khan.
Sadiq Khan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he issued a decree, a fatwa on it, and declared it haram, essentially because. Well, it was fat phobic or something like that.
It discriminated against people with mass issues.
Yes,
mass and gravity issues.
The gravitationally challenged people.
Yes, the gravitationally challenged.
The thing is, what's so wrong with these kinds of regulatory bodies on job adverts and on commercials and whatnot? They've propped up all over Europe. But it's particularly in Britain where they tend to issue this kind of honk in ways that nobody else in Europe does. I mean, the closest to this level of honk was when the Swedish Board of Commercials they complained about a fat-phobic commercial, and even there, the owner of the company pushed back, and eventually they had to agree with the owner. They're like, okay, maybe it's not that bad.
Yeah, but let's run with the logic that of the Department of Work and Pensions. While I've been looking for jobs in the past several weeks, in the Romanian language, the secretary is not a gender-neutral term. It has a male term and a female term.
Yes.
And whenever you look for jobs on websites.
Oh yeah.
The vast majority of times you look for secretary the woman.
Yes.
So why don't we adopt this logic here and tell them that they're discriminating against possible male secretaries?
Well, technically you can do that, and technically speaking, you can win your case. But you're not getting the job.
Well,
because there's no possible way that the company you just sued, they're gonna hire you. You can be the best secretary on the fucking planet. They're not gonna hire you. Well, technically speaking, you can do that, but of course nobody does that in Romania because Romania is not full of insane
Yes,
people.
it's not full of insanity, thankfully.
At least not yet. I mean, maybe it will change. Hopefully it won't. We'll be here to work on the won't question. But in case we lose, maybe it will be. But definitely it's not now. The worst level of honk that we've seen here was, if you remember, I think it was the Romanian Automobile Club who got fined for a commercial that was advertising safety by wearing seatbelts, and they were making a joke basically that they're a little bit more difficult to use for women because of breasts, and a bunch of salty feminists complained about that, and the club was fined. It was a marginal amount of money anyway. But what the club did was that they just paid the fine and they made an even more offensive ad. They basically doubled down on it. They take this one.
Yes, that's exactly what you have to do when you get this sort of insanity. You double down on it.
Yeah, I mean, and applying that logic here, I would say, we're looking for extremely happy and extrovert people.
Yes, and definitely advertise anywhere else but DWP job centers.
Yeah, but the thing is that probably the reason they post that there is because that's where that's where most people go look for the job. I think, I don't know.
Not exactly. It's when people go to job centers in order to look for jobs, they're actually looking for jobs. So that they could justify the welfare that they're getting.
Oh, so they're looking for the rejections, kind of like Ajos Femei in Romania.
Yeah, exactly like that. So it's highly unlikely that you're going to find a reliable person through the job center plus institutions all around the country.
Well, in that case, we all should be trolling them.
Yeah.
Because they're asking for it. They really do ask for it. Let's get further. Okay, now going on the whole continent of Europe. God forgive us. The Veg. Apple, Google, and Amazon respond to European tech taxes by passing on the costs. Oh, who would have thought? No, it's time to be shocked o'clock, right? Okay. For many years, Europe has been unhappy with the tax habits of US tech giants. Who cares? As regulators and politicians, the busybodies, have often noted, these firms make vast amount of shekels from European citizens. European citizens don't exist, okay? But pay a pittance in tax. I think they pay a pittance too much. In the absence of an overhaul of the global tax system, there is no such thing as global tax system. A number of European nations have introduced new taxes aimed specifically at these companies. And the tech giants are responding by passing on the costs. Over the last month, for example, Apple, Google, and Amazon have all announced price changes for the United Kingdom enterprise customers, specifically designed to offset a new digital services tax introduced by UK government. This increases tax on any revenue produced by search engines, social media services, and online marketplaces by 2%. In response, Apple is changing how it pays the developer fees on the App Store in the UK. On top of the usual 20% VAT it pays to the government on each purchase, it's adding an extra 2% before splitting what remains between the developer and Apple, meaning less money for both. Google, meanwhile, is increasing fees for all advertising bought on Google Ads and YouTube in the United Kingdom by 2%. Digital service taxes increase the cost of digital advertising, a Google spokeswoman told to the Marxian regarding the news. Typically, these kinds of cost increases are borne by customers, and like other companies affected by this tax, we will be adding a fee to our invoices from November. From September the 1st, Amazon is also increasing fees for third-party sellers by 2%. It told sellers it had previously held off on this increase while the UK's digital service tax was being discussed, but now that the legislation has passed, we want to inform you that we will be increasing referral fees, fulfillment by Amazon fees, monthly FBA storage fees, and multi-channel fulfillment fees by 2% in the United Kingdom to reflect this additional cost. What tech firms say they want instead is a new global framework for tech taxation. Yeah, of course they do.
Right.
A Google spokesperson told the Marxian that the company will continue to encourage governments globally to focus on encourage governments globally to focus on international tax reform rather than implementing new unilateral levies, while a spokesperson for Amazon told Business Insider, like many others, we have encouraged the government to pursue a global agreement on the taxation of the digital economy at OECD level rather than unilateral taxes, so that rules will be consistent across countries and clearer and fairer for business. No, it's actually the unilateral decisions are better, because it makes your life miserable, your life being Google. I hope your life is made miserable by that. And it also makes you, the customer's life, more miserable, which is a good thing, because maybe next time you'll be preferring a superior service from your own nation. Actually, that's a good thing. No, it shouldn't be at the OECD level. No, let it have a government, because, if you exaggerate too much, then that government gets flattened at the ballot box, and you can change it, but you can't change the OECD structure. Well, you can, but it's a little bit more difficult. It's a lot more difficult, actually. As for this, this being passed to the customers, yeah, that's what you do with all.
That's always what happens when you get tax increases. They'll just get passed on customers. Never ever think that the company would voluntarily absorb taxes unless they do it for a good reason. For example, being a marketing employee. If they want to monopolize a certain sector, that's the only case when they'll do it. But generally, always think in 99% of the cases that when a new tax gets applied, or when the tax increases, it'll get passed on to you, the consumer.
And it makes perfect sense to be this way. I mean, only people who've never managed even a small business don't understand this, and that's usually people who work at The Guardian, people who work in government, usually the dregs of society.
People who have never done productive work in their life.
Yeah, we've never produced a single dime in the private market ever. The unproductive, the dregs of society, the bums, the neats. Those are the people who tend to believe that increase in taxation is a good thing. Most of the rest of us normal people understand that taxation is theft. So there's that. But the solution to taxation is theft is to stop stealing, not to have more taxation, at a global level, or at the EU level, or at OECD level. Yeah, good luck convincing the United States to accept a taxation decision made at OECD level. That's definitely going to work.
But it has to be mentioned that while at the surface level, the big tech companies do say that they want to be taxed more make sure that behind the scenes what happens is that they try to dodge taxes as much as possible.
Oh, of course.
For example, Apple holds a few hundreds of billions of dollars in cash, and which they refuse to repatriate to the US, not to Europe. They refuse to repatriate to the US because they know that sum of money will get taxed into oblivion by the state, even if the US, part of the developed world, has one of the most friendliest tax systems in the world.
Yes, that's one of the aspects that Trump was shilling at some point, to give some sort of amnesty to that. They're like, let them bring the cash into the country, don't tax them on them, but let them bring them here and spend them here. Which would have been, of course, a very good thing for the United States, but the leftists read about it. What do you mean no taxation? Yeah, not stealing from people tends to help. Usually, in your neighborhood things are great because people don't steal from each other. That applies to countries as well. A country tends to be nicer if the state steals a lot less. It's not complicated. And also, it's really interesting that, we should be having these multilateral structures, OECD or the EU. Meanwhile, Apple just won a gigantic lawsuit, a multi-billion euro lawsuit against the EU at the European Court of Justice on the issue of taxation. Namely, that they were using Ireland as their own tax haven.
That's tax haven country,
and shilling very, very hard for a very nationalistic approach on taxation within Ireland, so they can keep their very, very small tax rate in exchange for access to 27 unfortunate enough countries to be part of the European Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. So, let's have taxation at the more multilateral institutions. Meanwhile, we're going to keep our tax haven within your multilateral institution.
Exactly.
No, because no. It's really interesting that this comes off as news, but then again, by The Verge standards, I guess this is news. But in reality, it's not news. The big tax dodgers try to dodge a bit more. Good.
Yes. But what has been mentioned is that at the level of the EU. As a particular target, US big tech has been a sticking point for them, is because they are one of the very few companies at the level of the European Union that have managed to dodge the immense taxes that are practiced
Apple and Google.
in this unfortunate bloc that we are part of.
Yeah, Apple and Google have been the most successful at that, and Apple even more successful because they sued the EU within EU institutions and won. Some these Euro-federalist lefties were complaining that Apple spent more on the lawsuit than they would have spent if they were to just give in to their demands. And I was trying to explain, no, that's exactly what I would have done. If I have to pay to the state $5,000, I'm willing to pay $50,000 just not to pay $5,000 to the state.
Yes, because it's about the principle.
Yes, it's the principle. The state having my money is haram, inherently haram. Whereas, the lawyers and the practitioners, the paralegals, those are private people, those are normal people. I'm fine with them having my money. But I'm not fine with the state having my money. And, the same thing works with big corporations. This whole idea that, but corporations are different. These kinds of center-leftish kind of people. They're like, I agree with you on the small business level, but, corporations are different. No, they're not that different. They're really not that different. Because at the end of the day, you still have real flesh and blood people who they call shareholders, who want their shekels. And they will still gonna ask, what are we going to do to increase our shekel intake? And one way to increase your shekel intake is not to give that many shekels to the state. It's not that complicated. As for you mentioned the import fees.
Yes, in relationship with the issue the EU has particularly with U.S. companies, particularly U.S. companies that set up tax haven umbrella corporations in Ireland or in Luxembourg, for example,
or more recently Latvia.
But Luxembourg and Ireland are the most popular. For example, eBay is in Luxembourg. Well, yes, indeed, Facebook is in Ireland as well, and Apple as well,
and Google.
Yes, they are particularly mad because the big tech in particular is breaking up this protectionist bloc game that the EU has been practicing ever since the European Community existed. So decades before the actual European Union began in 1993. While yes, indeed, it did have a sense to be protectionist, as in make anti-dumping legislation and have import taxes on goods produced outside the EU. But then, like with any bureaucracy, it became a gigantic octopus of regulation over regulation, particularly at the level of the EU, where everybody else has to suffer. As an example, computer hardware in Europe is anywhere 50 to 75% more expensive, specifically because of the import fees at the EU level.
Yes.
And that money goes to the EU itself. It doesn't go to the country that is being imported to.
For the most part, yes, it's actually divided between the country and the EU itself, the bureaucracy itself. Yes, and it's not just computer hardware. Cameras, phones, almost anything tech. It doesn't even matter, because if it were to apply, for instance, this kind of system, if I were in charge, I would say, yeah, if it's made in China, it stays the way it is, or actually I would make it even worse. But if it's made in countries friendly with the empire, then it should be flattened, or maybe I don't make it 1%, not 50, or something like that. But no, it's uniform. It doesn't matter whether it's made in Republic of Moldova or in China. There's the same thing. And at some point it was the same thing even with other products. For instance, in order to protect the already lazy and increasingly inefficient and, let's face it, shitty wine industry in France, you can't import wine from Georgia and Moldova. Both countries produce inherently superior wine to France and have been doing that for the last 150 years. But in the past they were ravaged by wars, and now they're ravaged by protectionist taxes by the EU. So therefore, most Europeans have no idea what a good wine is. And no, it's not French. I mean, if it's French, it's definitely not good wine.
Yeah, but on the topic of wine, there has even been infighting within the EU. Within the EU, French against the Italians. Then it was the French against the Spanish.
Yeah. But yeah, there was even a huge strike and a small igloo at the French
at the French-Spanish border.
Spanish border. Yeah, they were attacking the truckers. I remember I made a video in English about that. It's insane. And admittedly, with the wine, things have flattened a little bit, because more and more winemakers, they just sued France into oblivion at the European Court of Justice. But then again, it takes forever until you get a resolution, even though you're correct in your claims. And in the meantime, you get all sorts of these inefficient crap being shoved down your throat, and then it's news that, oh my God, the companies are just trying to offset as much as possible on that to the people that voted for this nonsense, rather than absorbing them themselves. And why shouldn't they be doing that? I'm not a big fan of Apple. I'm not a big fan of Google. But in this case, I can't really blame them. That's exactly what I would do as well.
Yes, and as a last example, in order to bring the point home, so to speak, why the import fees are not only anti-competitive, but also against innovation. I'll bring you the example of cars. So we know that within the EU, the biggest manufacturer of cars is Germany, and to a lesser extent the Czech Republic. And the reason why some of the highest taxes which are the import fees are set on cars is in order to protect the German industry, in order to sell their expensive products, and because they cost even more here within the EU as they do in the US or the Middle East or even China, because of the value-added tax. So, but if you were, for example, to buy a Japanese car made in Japan, it will cost you anywhere between 25 to 35% more than an equivalent model from the Germans, even though it is indeed more reliable, and reparation costs for anything that goes wrong are cheaper because they're made much simpler. That cannot be done simply because a Japanese car will cost 25,000 euros, and the equivalent from Volkswagen, for example, would cost even 20,000 euros. And the same thing applies to American cars as well. We would definitely love to have more business with the US, and particularly when Germany could actually learn some lessons from other powerhouses all around the planet, particularly US and Japan, but we cannot, because the EU still runs on this decade-old idea of protectionism, which actually became anti-competitive and anti-capitalistic.
Yeah, but then again, Germany has one of is one of the countries with the lowest approval rate of capitalism itself. I'm serious about this. Just only 57% of Germans approve of capitalism. By comparison, in the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, that number is 95%. Just so we can get a little sense of perspective of how things should be. And not just that, but Germany has had this tradition since forever, really, since there has been a united Germany. Even that thing that was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire, even that one was basically Germany. Even then they had this tendency, but especially after unification under Prussia, they had this tendency of regulating innovation out of existence, and it's still true today.
In terms of big tech, let's remember what happened once the GDPR rules were employed. You've told me that example of that Czech social media website that had to shut down.
Yes, because they couldn't abide by the GDPR.
They couldn't abide by the GDPR rules. So what could have been proven to be competition against Facebook, even though Facebook is not a European company, but it's an American one, it got regulated out of existence. Yep. With such ridiculous laws.
And it even had a very similar history with Facebook, and it was a pretty decent app. I got the chance to try it out a little bit. It was pretty decent. Could have been the next Facebook. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll never know.
We'll never know.
And the reason we'll never know is not because the founders were stupid or the users rejected. No, it's because the EU bureaucracy decided because potato. That's really the reason. Now, again, that wouldn't be such a huge problem if you were able to apply the same rules to others. Because, I would like to see Facebook flattened by any means necessary. And I'm really serious when I say any means necessary. But since you can't do that, then the next best thing is to compete, and we're not allowed to compete. And at the same time, that individual, I forget his name, is very weird. Is within the Commissioner for Digital Market or whatever, the Ministry for Electronic Propaganda, basically, in the European Union, in the European Commission, sorry. It says, oh, but it's still terrible that we don't have a European Facebook. Yeah, you are the reason. The reason is you. We don't have a European Amazon. Again, the reason is you. And we could have had a European Amazon, actually, based in Romania, but now it's South African instead of Romanian. And the reason is because the founders were like, it's too expensive to sell it to a European company. It's cheaper and much better for all of us, for the business partners and for us as founders, to just sell it to the South African giant, which they did. Of course.
And that's not the only example. A more famous example that happened a few years ago, it was Skype, which was developed in Estonia, but when Microsoft bought it.
Yeah, but that was 20 years ago. It's not a more recent. EMAG is a much more recent example.
But it's still a popular example of how even the regulations 20 years ago were still that terrible. So when Microsoft bought
Admittedly,
Skype,
no European company would have afforded to buy Skype, because the Estonians were very, very aware of the value that they had created, and they were already asking for a pretty steep price for their product. Good for them, they were very harsh negotiators, but nobody from Europe could afford to even begin to bid, not to mention to actually withstand the...
Yeah, it's true, but it could have remained a homegrown European corporation, but EU regulations made it so difficult that when somebody finally bought it, they had to move the operations with Microsoft to Seattle, because it was simply impossible to function within the EU.
And and of course the chaps, the very young men who developed Skype, they also moved their shekels outside of Europe immediately for the exact same reason, and now they're known as the Estonian Mafia, but not in the sense as a mafia as like Cosa Nostra or something. No, in the sense that they control anything that is tech related in their entire area, including northern Germany and all of the rest. Basically, you have to ask permission from those people to develop anything, because if they don't, they have enough money to litigate you into oblivion. Basically, if you do it without a license from them, those billions of dollars from Microsoft. Created their own, they used it to create their own cartel, and of course they did it because they can do it. And why can they do it? Because that's how the EU regulations work. that's really that simple. And it's gonna get progressively worse. I mean, the only thing that works great in Europe in terms of innovation is things Linux based, because at least those ones can't be regulated. The problem, and as a user of Linux myself, that's just not a good thing. I love Linux, I love FOSS software and whatever, but at the same time, I'm not an idiot, and I say, no, you can't grow a business based on FOSS. You can't. Nobody's going to really invest billions of dollars in an app that is open source. It's just not going to happen. So, we're getting a lot of innovation that is basically given for free to the world, and as a result, any semi-decent programmer, trains himself on FOSS and then moves on to the United States or to Israel, or more recently to Japan. But it just doesn't work with European companies, and of course they don't. Why should they? So yeah, thank you, EU. Business Insider, speaking of the EU, Germany, or the EU, has told China to stop threatening Europe as Angela Merkel hardens her stance towards Beijing. Opa. Germany has told China to stop threatening Europe after Beijing said a politician from the Czech Republic who visited Taiwan this week would pay a heavy price for expressing support for the self-governing island facing Chinese subjugation. We've spoken earlier about what subjugation means. Miloš Vyštřícil, the president of the Czech Senate, infuriated China by becoming one of the few senior European Union politicians to visit Taiwan. He told its parliamentarians, "I am a Taiwanese," in what was interpreted as a reference to JFK's anti-communist Ich bin ein Berliner speech of 1963, the Times of London reported. President Xi Jinping wants China to reunify with Taiwan, a self-governing country in Southeast Asia and the remnant of the non-communist China. Beijing has said it is prepared to retake the island by force if necessary. I'm sure you are.
We discussed they can't do it.
I wish you an independent, true and just future. It is in your hands, the Czech politician said. Heiko Maas, the foreign minister in Chancellor Angela Merkel's government, and the chap that I've had the unfortunate pleasure of meeting personally, on Tuesday stood up for Vyštřícil. Okay, this is surprising. Telling his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi that threats have no place here and that Europeans stood together shoulder to shoulder. I'm sure that's bullshit, but still.
Shocking.
We treat our international partners with respect and expect them to do precisely the same in return, he said, speaking after his meeting with Wang. Maas also said that Europe would not back down and allow itself to become a political football in the great power rivalry between the United States, Russia and China. The EU is the political football in the great power rivalry, just between the US and China. Russia is just the bigger football, but it's still just a football. And the EU is this one, and Russia is slightly bigger, but not by much. I'm only half joking. But the thing is that this is about Heiko Maas to tell China to fuck off.
Yes, that's exactly why I picked this article. Is because this is something really unexpected, and I didn't meet Heiko Maas personally, but standing up to another EU member when we're talking about China, when the EU-SSR is full of Chinese spies and supporters.
Oh yeah. And about Chinese spies, if I find the link, I promise I'll put it in the description. Just recently there was a guy who was a top-tier diplomat at the EU level for 25 years, whatever. He was of Hungarian origin but grew up in Germany and whatever. Turns out he has been working for the CCP since 1990. So it's not like he's been recently recruited and we didn't know, because no. The guy's been very methodical about stealing secrets from and not just EU institutions, because that wouldn't have been such a bad thing after all, but also from various military enterprises of various European countries. Pretty dangerous stuff.
Pretty dangerous.
And it's not the first one. It's just the most prolific or the most prominent discovered as of yet. It is indeed true that the EU institutions are full of outright CCP spies and many other CCP shills and simps, who some of them even do it for free, because those are the most shocking of them. The thing is, Mr. Tershitzel, whatever, the Czech Senate president, when they're, I'm a Taiwanese. It really does show you how much strength does China have if they get triggered by such a marginal thing. I mean, seriously, we're talking about Czechia. What's Czechia gonna do?
Yeah, but
really? Invade China? I mean, really?
No, but the Czech Republic actually trolled the Chinese tourists in Prague so softly
Wrong. The Prague mayor.
The Prague mayor.
Yeah. Usually the national government of Czechia was practicing social distancing from the Prague mayor. Yes, but the Prague mayor is a guy from the Pirate Party, and I think he's one of I think it's the highest elected official of the European Pirate Party Federation. Yeah, he was trolling. He was putting images from the Tiananmen Square, where, as we all know, nothing happened.
Yes, nothing happened in Tiananmen.
Nothing happened in Tiananmen Square, but he was putting footage from when nothing happened in Tiananmen Square.
Yes,
exactly the places in Prague where Chinese tourists would flock. And a lot of the Chinese tourists were genuinely shocked to find out things about their own country.
Imagine and take into consideration how blacked out are the Chinese tourists that they actually do believe that in the Tiananmen Square nothing happened.
Yes, nothing happened in Tiananmen Square, and then they go to a small city break in Prague, and they find out that maybe suddenly they found out they run out of social credit score. Because some of them would take selfies with those stickers, and the app would record them, and suddenly you run out of social credit score.
Yes, particularly if you put that on WeChat.
On WeChat, yes. I love to troll that app. I really do love to troll that app. I've had a Chinese friend of mine write me the key phrases in Chinese, so I make sure I don't make grammar mistakes. So I just copy pasted those ones. But yeah, seriously, it's really surprising, precisely because, as we all know, Germany itself has been shilling for greater cooperation with China just as recently as 3 months ago. Heiko Maas was just chastising all of us who are saying, let's make China pay for the kuf. Because, they kind of have to, because they bought the WHO, which provided lies and whatever, and thus allowed the spiraling out of control of the curve of madness. Because, again, the curve of the virus itself is just a cough bro. But, the curve of madness produced real consequences for real people for absolutely no reason. And the guilty party for that is, who provided the propaganda? Oh, it's the CCP. Okay, let's have the CCP pay for that. And Heiko Maas was one of the people who say, oh no, let's not jump into conclusions, it's not exactly like that. Also, Heiko Maas was the one who tried to intervene and eventually succeeded in a European Council report that in its initial version showed that, China waged a disinformation campaign, which is true. And then the final version of the report didn't contain that as a result of political pushback.
Oh yeah, and it got edited 48 hours later after that one exactly got edited out of the report itself.
Yes, it got edited. Yeah, they edited they edited history, essentially. The official statement of the Council of the European Union had its history edited because China said so, and Heiko Maas agreed, because he was like, we should not be jumping into conclusions, let's try to be moderate here and centrist and whatever. And that same guy said, you know what, Xi Jinping, fuck off.
Pretty much.
Okay, that's surprising. By the same token, again, how much strength does China really have if they get triggered by something so minor at the end of the day? Oh my God, some Czech politician said I'm a Taiwanese in Taiwan. Really? Is the Xi Jinping's regime so fragile that we must react to that? Really?
Yes.
I know.
It is that fragile because for our audience who hasn't been to China, within mainland China, you're not allowed to speak of three things which are called the three T's: Tibet, Taiwan, and Tiananmen.
And Tiananmen, yes. Although, in fairness, at least when I was, Tibet was sort of tolerated. Not Tiananmen and Taiwan for sure, but Tibet was, Even if you asked, apparatchiks, they were willing to engage in a small conversation about Tibet, but definitely not Tiananmen and Taiwan. But still, I really don't understand Xi Jinping's reaction to this. Either he's overreacting, or his regime has indeed become much weaker. And by regime becoming much weaker, I don't mean the CCP being necessarily weaker, but his regime personally, his grip on power personally, because as I'm sure many of you know, and those of you who don't know, look up most recent conversations within the Hubei province about the Xi Jinping regime. And those are conversations displayed in public between members of the CCP, high-ranking members of the CCP, discussing on whether it's still worth tolerating Xi Jinping at the helm of the CCP. And that's, that's what they say in public. You don't want to, I have a pretty decent idea about what they say in private, having known a lot of commies myself. So yeah, it's really interesting. And if Germany is so upset about China man bad, and well, how about let's punish China, okay? And one way to punish China is to bring back some of the manufacturing from there, and that starts with abolishing the very idea of a Green New Deal, abolish the GDPR laws, abolish many of the labor protections, and let's start working. Huh? I guess Heiko Maas isn't really willing to go that far. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, let's take a break, and then we'll be back to talk about the other country in Europe, the Eastern bully. We spoke about the Western bully, then we'll be talking about the Eastern bully. Meanwhile, I guess we're gonna pray a little bit. We'll be back.
Gränser hörs ett kall från ovan jord, följer kristendomens regler, offensivens man, soldat i Jesu namn, förfränder fosterland och konung, genom elden skall han gå, opåverkad inför ödet, möter döden för sin religiösa krav. In i striden genom ett kulregn, Herrens vilja ske. In i striden går han på lätt till att vinna gränser, Karolinen marscherar fram. Guds hand för sig konung och fosterland. Tills han hittar gränser, Karolinen marscherar fram. Moral och religion förenar, mod och brödraskap består. Att smäda Guds namn, möta döden. Offensivens man, soldat i Jesu namn. In i striden genom ett kulregn, Herrens vilja ske. In i striden går han på lätt, tills han hittar gränser, Karolinen marscherar fram. La sitt liv i Guds hand, och sig konung och fosterland. Tills han hittar gränser, Karolinen marscherar fram. är i himmelen. Helga var det ditt namn. Tillkommer ditt rike, ske din vilja så som i himmelen. Så och upp på jorden ge oss bröd. Och idag och förlåt oss våra skuld. Fram, gå som ett man. En hel armé marscherar på led. Resan är glömt, Herren har dömt. Redo att livet ge. När konungens här fienden ser, behysar man ner. Resan är glömt, Herren har dömt. För den ber sin bön. Helgad var det ditt namn. Tillkom med ditt rike, ske din vilja så som i himmelen. Så och upp på jorden ge oss bröd. Och idag och förlåt oss våra skuld. Fader vår!
Right, so we're back. Father vår som är i himmelen. Okay, so speaking about the necessity of a prayer, thus Gazprom started to design the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline. Gazprom has started designing the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, which will unite the gas transmission systems of eastern and western Russia. The company will be able to supply up to 50 billion cubic meters of gas to China via the pipeline through Mongolia, as well as further stabilize the gas supply to a number of currently underconnected Russian regions. Alexei Miller, chairman of the board of Gazprom, said this at a conference call dedicated to the workers of oil and gas industry holiday. This year we started designing a new main gas pipeline, Power of Siberia 2. The task of this main gas pipeline is to unite the gas transportation systems of the east and west of the country. This, of course, will significantly expand the possibilities of our work and create additional conditions for the gasification of regions in eastern Siberia, he noted. Recently, we signed a memorandum of intent with the Mongolian government to create a special purpose company. The company is called upon to develop a feasibility study for the implementation of this project and the choice of the route, Miller said. As for the existing Power of Siberia pipeline, the head of Gazprom said it is working reliably. Deliveries to China are on schedule, while the company is gradually increasing them. Miller also added that Gazprom has already completed more than half of the work to expand the linear section of Sakhalin-Khabarovsk-Vladivostok gas pipeline. So, in Khabarovsk, that's the thing. Nothing happens in Khabarovsk, right? Anyway, according to the chairman, The company is currently implementing procedures to increase the output of the Amur gas processing plant by 66%. At the construction site, there are now about 30,000 people. The company also signed gasification programs with 14 regions for the period 2021-25, in which the volume of investments will triple compared to the previous 5 years. We're significantly intensifying our work here. In August, we started signing 5-year programs for gas supply and gasification of regions. 14 have already been signed, and of course in the next 5 years there is a lot to be done. Gazprom is a huge team that works in Russia and abroad. The team, as a well-coordinated mechanism, works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for your professional attitude. Thank you for your work. Miller congratulated the employees on the holidays I used. Really.
Yes, we thank the proletariat.
We thank the proletariat for helping us building the people's gas pipeline.
For Siberia.
On a more serious note, the name is, I'm hoping that I translated it right. I think that's the best way to translate it. In any event, the underlying message here being that, first of all, because outputs have dropped, the demand for Gazprom products has been steadily going down. Now, of course, this little fluffy guy has something to do with it, but not much. The demand for Gazprom products had been going down since 2018, and this one maybe accelerated a little bit, but for the most part, the trend remains on a downward, consistently on a downward trend. But so there's that, and then there is also the aspect that certain portions of Russia, the people there, they're like, hold on a second, we're the ones who support this dictatorship by extracting the gas and delivering it to the civilized areas of Russia. But we own the gas. We here own eastern Siberia. Whereas, the apparatchiks and what do they call it, the oligarchs?
The oligarchs, yeah.
Yeah, in Kremlin, they're the ones calling the shots. And then there is also the issue of because that's why I emphasize that portion with Khabarovsk. Khabarovsk is the place that has been housing huge anti-Putin protests over the last 3 months, really, maybe 4 months.
So
now.
you can say that the gas pipeline is a measure to project power within the country.
That's one aspect, and also to calm down a little bit, because if you've been, you don't speak Russian, but try to translate some of the signs. Some of them are exactly about this. They're like, we sometimes don't have gas to make some coffee. But we work 24/7 to deliver gas to Moscow, and then Moscow comes in and basically arrests our governor, our duly elected governor, because potato. Now, admittedly, I'm not so sure whether the charges against the ex-governor of the Khabarovsk area, whether those charges are correct or not. He's been charged with murder. I don't know whether he killed someone or not, and apparently the protesters don't care. One of their messages that he's a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. I'm serious. That's one of those signs in the square. That's what we were saying. He's a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. So the protesters don't care whether he's a murderer or not. They pretty much like him because reasons. Well, basically because he wasn't harsh on the people. That's basically the reason. He didn't care about the coup. He didn't care about any previous crises. He was like, you do whatever the fuck you want.
So you can say that the Confederation of Independent States is independent in name only.
Yes, and so as a result, at first it was about the governor, and then it was about gas, and then it was about Putin himself. Just a week ago, the protesters in Khabarovsk were basically saying, Mr. Putin, can we grab a tea together, or have some tea? And now it's more internationally known what the joke means. Is basically have some polonium tea and die. That's basically the Russian people or Russian citizens, because not all of them are necessarily ethnically Russian, but Russian citizens are wishing Putin death by poisoning with polonium in the streets, by tens of thousands in the streets, or hundreds of thousands, which is quite impressive in far eastern Russia, where the population density isn't that high. You know, 200,000 people in Moscow, nobody notices them really, but in Khabarovsk it's very, very visible. You know, it's kind of like the footage that we've shown you in the first part from Podgorica. It's pretty noticeable when there are hundreds of thousands of people, or even tens of thousands of people in the streets. So that's one aspect. They're trying to project power within the country. Now, when it comes to the pipeline with Mongolia, that's a little bit more complicated because it's not just the idea of increasing supplies to China, because even with the existing pipeline, they can do that already, and they still have a lot of room to increase supply to China if needed with the existing infrastructure. They don't necessarily have to build a second one, at least not anytime soon, really. As you can see, they're not really in a huge rush anyway to build it. And there are two reasons why they're not in a huge rush to build it. First of all, they don't have the money. Gazprom has finally managed to record losses. And it's going to get progressively worse.
Yes, and the losses are what, in the hundreds of billions mark?
It's in the hundreds of billions of rubles.
But
it's still tens of billions, or billions and billions and billions of dollars. I mean, it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot, and again, Gazprom may seem like a huge company, but considering that in Russia it's the company, it kind of tends to matter, you know, because there's no other company in Russia that is anywhere near close to as big as Gazprom is. So it's the company, really. So it kind of matters. But second of all, even if they had the money, the point of the portion through Mongolia is to try to take back at least some control within Mongolia, because the Russia's geopolitical influence in Mongolia has been flattening for quite some time now. It first started small with, you know, Mongolia renouncing the Cyrillic alphabet and whatever, but then it got progressively worse, as in Mongolia having, you know, these kinds of crazy ideas of having a different geopolitics. And up to the point where now Mongolia, you know, for those of you who have traveled recently, I haven't traveled recently, but I've seen recent footage, it's closer and closer to a Western country. And that's not something you can afford to do if you're sandwiched between China and Russia. Well, the only way you can afford that is through having a big stick. Now, Mongolia has been investing in building its own big stick as well, and Russia knows this. But they're like, okay, so we can't invade them because that's expensive. China won't invade them either. But we're losing our control even though we've had it for decades. Okay, how about we try to bribe their political class with some more gas, and maybe it works. Will it work? I don't know. I have no idea. But it's definitely one thing that crossed, if not Mr. Miller's mind, definitely crossed the minds of the higher-ups in Kremlin. Yes, I know officially the Kremlin has nothing to do with Gazprom. Okay, that's something that probably Reuters would believe. Was it Reuters or Associated Press? One of these two. They created a fact-check report where it said, "Oh, actually, fact-check false. Oh, Kremlin doesn't control Gazprom." And like all of the Russians were, you know, Russian people, random Russian people on the internet, they were like, oh yes, it does. I mean, it's openly acknowledged on state TV and on Россия сегодня, otherwise known as Russia Today. You know, when they broadcast in Russian, they tend to be a lot more honest than when they broadcast in English. The problem with RT is not because it exists; it's because that when they broadcast in English, they're incredibly dishonest. You know, RT in Russian is a pretty honest news station. Now, you might not like what you're hearing, and you know some of the things that they talk about are quite horrific in and of themselves, but they're pretty honest. So these are basically the thing. And also, yes, it's true, and this has been a problem since the Stalinist era. And I doubt this project will necessarily solve anything or much, but at least it would be the first time in the last 120 years when someone talks about something that's been on the nerves of many Russian citizens and especially Russian intellectuals, namely that there are big portions of Russia with millions, if not tens of millions, but definitely millions of inhabitants, which haven't really exceeded the Dark Ages. And now I don't mean that from an ideas perspective, but from a material development. And you know, after almost 100 years of dialectical materialism, and that still didn't help. And then another 30 years of Putinist materialism, that still didn't help. And also, eventually Mr. Miller comes in and said, we have some extra cash, and actually we can't really spend them abroad because they're worthless rubles, but we could spend them here. And how about we finally start to do something that we should have done 120 years ago? Let's put some gas in those regions.
Particularly because a lot of Russia is actually underdeveloped. What you see in Moscow or St. Petersburg, or in the Far East, the singular example being
Kazan and Vladivostok.
Being Kazan and Vladivostok, and to some extent in the middle of the country, Novosibirsk, but not exactly.
Novosibirsk is pretty terrible. It really is.
Well, there's still a pretty significant, there's still a pretty significant university there. Plus it's famous for that, for those parks and
yes,
and the library.
Yeah, the library of Novosibirsk.
And the library of Novosibirsk.
I've been there, by the way.
But other than that, the vast majority of Russia is underdeveloped. So, if you remember from a few years ago, the so-called drug called crocodile.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
That one appeared because there are vast regions of Russia that are so underdeveloped that they can't even afford classical heroin.
Yes.
Besides the fact that there's also a civilizational issue where Russian people don't like to work. But there's also the aspect that even if those that wanted to work don't have any place to work in those areas.
Yes, and it's not like in the like in most of Europe or even in the US. The comparison with the US is probably a little bit better, because if you're in a godforsaken town in the US, you can just hop into the car and move 100 or 200 or 500 kilometers further east or further west, and eventually you'll find work. First of all, in Russia, well, what car? There is no such thing. Affording a car is quite a monumental task for your average person. It's not like in the US where any jackass can afford a car. Second of all, on what road?
What roads?
Even pre-medieval roads are pretty rare in many portions of Russia. And thirdly, even if you have somehow a way to work around these two, it's not just 300 kilometers or 500 kilometers. It's usually 2,000 kilometers. It's quite a long distance. It's complicated. It really is complicated. And and again, that wouldn't be necessarily a problem in a free country, but Russia is also not a free country. So as a result, some balance has to be found, and I don't think it will be found. The current regime is unfit for that, just like the previous one was unfit for that. But at least, in the last 120 years, they didn't even try. At least this time they're trying. They're probably going to fail. But at the very least, that's probably the best they can hope for, is to, at the very least, stop a little bit from the narrative that's been gaining ground in these regions, namely that we produce the gas that is the bloodline of this regime, and we get nothing in return, which is true. They do get nothing in return.
Yes, and disenfranchisement in a country like Russia is a dangerous thing.
Yes, and it's not, they have them by the millions, and in the US it's more like a metaphor. Don't be afraid of a man that has nothing to lose. In Russia, it's not a metaphor. There are millions of men who have absolutely nothing to lose. The best thing they own is a small house in the middle of fucking nowhere, 10,000 kilometers away from Moscow. Okay, oh my God, you're gonna bombard my house. I'm gonna build another one. I'm serious, and you don't want to piss off those people. And Moscow has been pushing this for quite some time. They try to ignore the issue. They try to sideline them, and for a while it worked, but it's increasingly not working anymore. And I suspect this will, and if I'm right, in the next 16 to 18 months, we're going to see some other initiatives in the exact same regions. If I'm wrong, then probably we're going to see no new initiative. But I suspect I'm right. And the reason I suspect I'm right is because I'm reading in the right places, which is to say, in Russia, if you want to find out the real news, you learn Russian, and then you sign up to various private forums and talk to regular people. That's where you learn the news. Because that's one of the few places where you can find unfiltered news from Russia. It's the same thing with China, by the way. In fact, about China, the same thing. The Chinese people who speak Russian tend to be the most reliable, because the regime only monitors communications in English. They don't monitor communications in Russian. So as a result, there's a lot of Chinese dissidents who sign up to forums in Russian to broadcast unfiltered news from China. That's how I got it on March the 1st when I issued that first private document about the coup. I was reading it the other day to see how much I got it wrong, and it was like 97% correct from the first. That's how I got it correctly. You know, on March the 1st, everyone was watching Chinese films. But I knew exactly which of them were bullshit because one of the people who worked on creating them was posting on the Russian forum and said, "No, this one's bullshit. Here's how I did it." And you know, don't be panic. You won't die from the coup. It's just a cough, bro. Okay, Voz Populi going, okay, so from the far east of Russia to the far west of Spain, you know, we're achieving here Macron's dream, right? Europe from Vladivostok, well, actually to Madrid, not to Lisbon, you know, Lisbon, we're never going to forgive Lisbon for the Lisbon Treaty.
Close enough, close enough.
Close enough, yes. Voz Populi, moratoriums granted due to COVID-19 postponed the return of 883 million euros to banks, so 49 billion euros basically. The total moratoriums approved to alleviate difficult economic situation derived from the coronavirus have postponed the payment of an amount of 48,883 million euros, which banks will have to wait to recover. These ones, which are for mortgages and consumer loans, are intended for customers who are in a vulnerable situation or those sectors most affected by the pandemic and who do not have to continue paying their mortgages or repaying credit as long as they do not have economic capacity to do so. According to the latest data compiled by Bank of Spain, moratoriums have been granted in Spain for 226,644 mortgages, where 20,300 million euros remain to be paid. The repayment of 391,904 loans, whose debt amounts to 2,883 million, and 66,699 moratoriums granted to certain sectors have also been postponed. With a volume pending repayment of 25 billion. 70% of the beneficiaries of the 1.28 million approved moratoriums are for salaried workers, while the remaining workers are self-employed. Of the latter, the majority of those that have been postponed because they could not meet their banking obligations operate in the commerce, hospitality and other services sectors, followed at a certain distance by professional, scientific and technical activities, transport and construction. These sectors of activity represent almost 80% of the total moratoriums for freelancers that have been implemented to date, explains the supervisors. Okay, so it's still not clear whether it's 49 billion or 48.83 million. Screw it, the Spaniards can't in numbers.
Yeah, they can't count. So for the sake of the argument, we're going to use the value of 49 billion euros, which is a pretty significant sum when we talk about Spain.
Yeah, and 49 million would have been small enough not to even make a dent. I mean, 49 million is what the Spanish government spends in a day. Yeah, I mean, it's not really...
Yes, come to think about it, this was actually a clever way of underplaying the actual consequence of the sum of money being delayed to be paid to banks.
Yeah, no, 49 billion euros, however. Okay, Spain is a big economy as in as the size, but still it's a quite significant amount. I mean, what was the package to salvage Spain last time? It was about 200 billion,
Yeah,
right?
it was about 200 billion.
Yeah, so, you know, about a fifth of that just in moratoriums, in personal loans for the most part, really, and mortgages. You know what's coming, right? And they've just implemented universal basic income. You know what's coming, right? Sell your fucking euros. I'm serious. Sell your fucking euros. And, you know, eventually I'm gonna cut this segment. You know, 5 years later, say I fucking told you so. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So this law in itself was ratified both by the parliament as well as the King Juan Carlos. But the reason I picked this article was because this thing sets a precedent, because this law was specifically for consumer loans, for hospitality workers, and for other sectors which traditionally Spain relies upon in order to make actually some money in that country amid ginormous youth unemployment rates and everything else. So at least tourism in the past has saved them, but now, considering the entire planet coughed, they didn't get any tourism, and it was not exactly because the people just wouldn't go there. It's because the government made it so that people wouldn't go there.
Yeah, but when they opened their borders, I was really upset that I didn't have the time to go, because it was really fucking cheap to go to Spain this year.
Yes, I managed to find a Ryanair ticket for €6 to fly to Barcelona.
Yeah, no, it was a direct flight from here. It was like $19, and $25 round trip. From here to Madrid, not to Barcelona, but still, and housing starting from like $12 a night, alone in the room, not a hostel type, like $2 a night. Just come. You all get the cough, but just come and spend 1 shekel, please, 1 shekel. Anyway,
yes, but then it wouldn't be a good idea to go to Spain, considering that a lot of places are still in lockdown. And a lot of tourist attractions are in lockdown, and a part of these moratoriums were given to tourist places. For example, the Sagrada Familia got a part of these moratoriums because they just couldn't afford it. And it's gonna be terrible. So good luck to you in the shitstorm that's going to come, Spaniards.
Yeah, the thing is that the problem that I always have with these kinds of things, and it's the same argument that many of us have been making in 2009 when bailouts to the Spanish banks and the Spanish government and some Spanish companies were given then by Germany, basically, well, technically by the European Union, but we all know who paid the bill, or actually who is still paying the bill. But the thing is that the problem with these kinds of policies is that they create something which in economics is called a moral hazard, because eventually those who don't get the shekel be like, why don't I get the shekel? What's so wrong? Just because I work in tech, or just because I work in a drugstore or the supermarket. You deemed us essential, so we had to work even though everyone was coughing. But then at the end of the day, we don't even get a thank you, let alone a piece of, a little bit of shekel for that. But then those people who didn't have to work, they just had a long vacation, now they get a pile of shekels too. Or at least deferred payments, which is still eventually, at the end of the day, still shekels, although indirectly.
Yes, so how exactly do you make this discrimination at the entire economy's level, where if you're part of the right sector, you get this moratorium from the state, because it wasn't from the bank. The banks were forced to give these moratoriums pretty much by decree from the parliament. If you're part of the right sector, but if you're not part of the right sector, you get pretty much screwed. Particularly when everybody was affected more or less the same in this current pandemic. So tourism doesn't go under, but everything else that's not tourism or some other key sectors, as the state deems it, do.
Yeah, or at least have to run closer to the risk of going under. I don't think they will necessarily. I trust the average Spaniard has a pretty enterprising mind. Eventually they'll be fine, but this will add up to the issue. On the short run, it will be pretty. Not necessarily. It will be a clusterfuck essentially. That's what happens when you create artificial moral hazards, and actually all moral hazards are artificial when it comes to economics. It's rarely the case where the market has a market failure that creates a moral hazard, and even when that happens, it's usually with very limited consequences, and by the way, at the end someone pays for them. For instance, in the case of Lehman Brothers, people don't know this, but in 2014 Lehman Brothers paid up every single cent that it owed to regular people. Someone got paid eventually 6 years later, after the clusterfuck created by Lehman Brothers, by them going under.
Yes.
But when governments do these kinds of things, no one pays for it. Or
the taxpayers pay for
the
it.
taxpayers,
Yes.
the taxpayers pay for it. And in Spain, even though it's a tourist country, still the vast majority of taxpayers have no connection with the tourist industry. The vast majority of the population are going to have to pay for the noisy minority. The noisy minority, which this time around, they didn't even ask for it. It was Sanchez's idea because, PSOE tries to avoid being flattened. That's really what happens here. And also not just that, but also to maintain its coalition with Podemos, which is increasingly raucous.
Hazardous.
And hazardous, yes. And for bloody good reason. Podemos doesn't want to go under alongside with PSOE, because Podemos has friends in various other countries, including dictatorial countries, and they can use the phone or the internet in the case of the countries that have internet, and say, well, you guys there didn't do anything. Yeah, because we couldn't afford. And did everyone cough? Not really. Oh, okay. Okay. Most of Africa, for instance, in Mozambique,
or Venezuela.
Or Venezuela. Well, in Venezuela, actually, there was a little bit of a panic because they don't have hospitals at all, and as a result, they don't
have an economy, let alone hospitals.
Yeah, that's true. And as a result, the few people that did get into it did need hospitalization due to this little fluffy guy in Venezuela. Yeah, they did have a very low survivability rate because you can't really call them hospitals. Those hangars, I guess, it would be warehouses. I guess it would be more appropriate. But still, the thing is that when you create this kind of moral hazard, eventually various sectors of the economy will try to work, not work against each other, but to try to blackmail each other in order to get even more favors from the state, at least on the short run. On the long run, they all go under. But on the short run, they'll say, oh, hold on a second, why this discrimination, and for what reason, and why? Because the government didn't explain. Oh, it's because of the coronavirus. No, it's not. This little fluffy guy didn't abolish tourism. You did. You, the government, did.
Corona-chan didn't do nothing.
Corona-chan did nothing wrong. It's just a cough.
Literally did nothing wrong.
It's a very fluffy cough. That's all it did. I mean, you can blame this little fluffy guy for coughing too much, but that's pretty much it. You can't blame it for abolishing tourism. And what's even more interesting is that the government didn't even try, like it tried here. Here's me saying something positive about the current government of Romania. Put this in a frame because it's very rare. At least here they tried to convince the banks to give some sort of deference, and many of them did. Some didn't. But it was for 2 months or whatever, but definitely not for whole years, and
definitely not by decree.
And definitely not by decree, and every bank settled their own policies, and some of them decided that no policy is better, and that's fine. They were not punished for that. Whereas here they say, oh no, all banks have to do this because no. And I don't think it will work eventually, because again, the Spanish banks are already in a precarious position from the previous crisis, which was managed, as we all know, through billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of euros thrown at the Spanish banking system, decided by that commie guy. What was his name? Jose Manuel Durao Barroso,
yep,
right? The Maoist. At that moment, I remember the various presidents of private banks from Spain were like, okay, the shekels are good, but it's not exactly what we need. I mean, yeah, sure, we do need some shekels, but we don't need that much. What we do need more is, some stability in the system, some framework, some less corruption and whatnot. And Durao Barroso was like, I only have shekels, man. The Germans gave me these shekels. You want some or not? Yeah, sure, we're going to need some shekels too, but it's not exactly the only thing we need, and it's not exactly the thing that we need the most. And now comes their own government and rips them a new one, essentially. I don't know. That's probably not a good idea.
Yes, it's still a very totalitarian measure coming from a country who at least pretends to be part of the civilized West, decreeing private banks to offer moratoriums. This is something that you expect from China, not from Western country, and definitely not from Spain.
I don't know. Would Franco approve of this? I don't know.
Strong doubt it will.
I mean, he was a national syndicalist, so when it came to workers' rights, he was basically a commie. But on these kinds of things, I don't think even Generalissimo would ever approve of this. Even Generalissimo would say that's a bit too haram. It's a bit too socialist even by Franco standards. And again, Franco was pretty socialist on economics. I don't know. Okay, Let's move further south from Spain. Moving to Africa, News 24, joint sitting parliament gets rolling with the DAGA bill. People will not be allowed to smoke weed in public if the cannabis for private purposes bill is passed in its current form. But if you were busted with a cannabis cigarette previously, your criminal record may be expunged if you didn't deal. The Justice and Constitutional Development Department briefed the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the bill on Friday. Last month, Cabinet approved the bill and referred it to the Parliament. This bill was ordered by the Constitutional Court. The bill would remove restrictions on the commercial cultivation and production of hemp. However, the police raised the concern that it's not possible for them to distinguish between hemp and cannabis, which may make enforcement difficult, as if that's a bad thing, according to the department's presentation to the committee. The bill would also address the limitations the Constitutional Court found impermissible of Sections 4B and 5B of the Drugs Act on the right to privacy of an adult person to use and possess cannabis or cultivate cannabis plants in private for personal use. Furthermore, the bill will also provide for measures to protect children against the harms associated with cannabis through criminal offenses. It would also, good luck proving that in court. It would also provide for proportional sentences which a court may impose for the offenses mentioned above. Proportional South African courts. Pick one. There would also be provision for the expungement of criminal records of persons convicted of the offenses of the use or possession of, but not dealing in, cannabis. Okay, so basically South Africa is trying to legalize weed, right?
Pretty much they de facto legalized it.
Yeah, the thing is that, again, this is one of those interesting situations. You know, having widespread weed use is inherently a bad thing. It is. It absolutely is. It lowers your IQ. And not just your individual IQ, your collective IQ. People can't engage in liberty if they're high all the time, or even most of the time. They become narco states. You know, even rich countries like the Netherlands ended up becoming, you know, it's not surprising that South Africa is heading down the same route. You know, at the end of the day, it's a Dutch colony. Well, it was. Unfortunately for them, not anymore. But seriously, you know, widespread cannabis use is a very bad thing for a society. Definitely not something, I mean, you know, the NIMBYs have a point. Yeah, sure, you can use it, but definitely not in my fucking backyard, because I'll shoot you if you do. By the same token, of course, harsh criminalization of use of cannabis is demonstrably wrong. It hasn't been able to achieve any decent results anywhere, really. Now the question is, how do you find the balance between the two? Now let's just say that I don't trust the South African legislature to find that kind of balance. Especially, as you said, you know, the de facto has been legal for quite some time now. But, you know, the legal system has obviously a lot of British legacies in it, essentially. And now they're trying to basically phrase a law that somehow acknowledges the de facto situation already, which is usually the right thing to do. But the problem is that the way they're trying to write it, it will probably make things worse. You know, this whole thing that, oh, you know, there will be proportional sentence. Yeah, in South African courts, really. I'm pretty sure it will apply very proportionally if I were to smoke a joint in Johannesburg versus some member of the ANC nomenclatura. I'm pretty sure it will be very proportional. Biztos. That's exactly how things will stay. No. And again, maybe it's not the weed that they need that much. I think they would be helped a lot more if they were to just leave the situation as it is and not try to intervene legally, at least for a while. Because at the very least, if you don't do anything for several years, at least you get to understand where the societal standard is. Because nobody knows where the societal standard is. And everyone just assumes that it's either like in Portugal, where all drugs are legal, but nobody really takes them, or like in the Netherlands, where only a few are legal, but everyone takes them all.
Yeah, but there's still a difference between being legal and being decriminalized. In the case of Portugal, it is actually decriminalized.
Decriminalized, yes.
Yeah. And actually, there are a few statistics only that there have been from a long time ago that that yes, drug consumption actually did decrease in some levels, but actually increased in other levels. For example, methadone used to be illegal in Portugal until all drugs got decriminalized, and that consumption skyrocketed.
Yes.
In Portugal, and when you look at the economic situation Portugal is now, where the Portuguese people are going to Angola to work because there's either no work in Portugal or the work has such terrible pay that you can't realistically afford to live there.
It's cheaper to go to Africa to work.
It's cheaper and more lucrative to go to work to Africa rather than live in Portugal.
Yes. And increasingly so in the big cities, well, at least until they had that big typhoon that hit last year towards the end of 2019. Nowadays it's a little bit more complicated, but 2 years ago it was also starting to slowly happen. You would see Portuguese workers in Mozambique, even though Mozambique is not a particularly wealthy country, unlike Angola, which it is, but still. What I'm trying to say here is that there is a balance to be struck, and nobody really knows where that balance is. Libertarians claim that they know because all drugs should be legal, man. Let's all smoke. No.
Closeted leftists.
Closeted leftists, basically, and so libertarians, hardline libertarians, they claim that they know where the balance is. They're wrong. And old school boomer conservatives, they claim to know where the balance is. Oh, I'm gonna have the war on drugs. That's wrong too. But we don't know nobody knows what the balance is. And one of the reasons we can't find out what the balance is because you have something called big weed, which it exists. There's a huge lobby, almost as big as the big anti-smoking lobby. The anti-smoking lobby is actually bigger than big tobacco. I'm serious. Almost as big as the anti-smoking lobby is the big weed lobby, whose sole purpose is to convince everyone that weed is so great and everyone should be using it. And as a result, there are a lot of data points that are more or less intentionally obfuscated about what happens when you try to experiment with these things. The problem is that not only we should experiment, we should encourage experiments because we don't know the answer, and the way to find out the answer is not to trust the experts, but to run experiments. Trusting the experts tends to be very, very dangerous, as this little fluffy guy has shown to us. So you shouldn't be trusting the experts, but at the same time, if we run the experiments, can we at least collect the data and honestly analyze it? Because that's the thing, and one aspect that where I'm very curious every time I'm reading any of these arguments is with this one, for instance. Oh, but it's we're gonna expunge the criminal records of people convicted of offenses of using or possessing cannabis, whatever. Okay, great, but not dealing in cannabis. What does that mean from a jurisprudence perspective? What does dealing in means? If I have 4 joints here and I give one to you, that means I'm dealing cannabis?
Well, you are dealing if you ask me for money, but if you give it to me for free, then that's not dealing, and I'm pretty sure that you can actually prove that, particularly because there's no person on this planet that pays for weeding for example, pay with a card, unless you're in Canada and you go to one of those legal dispensaries.
Why would you go there? They're more expensive than the black market.
Exactly.
And not only that, but the state of Ontario, I think they managed to run weed dispensers at a loss. Mm-hmm. You have a monopoly on weed distribution on a territory full of junkies, and you still are unable to make a profit. That's what the state does for you. Mm. But anyway, and I'm sure if South Africa tries something, they'll provide even more honks than Canada did with these kinds of things. But at least in South Africa, they're a bit more realistic. And
yes, so just to drive the point home, it's terrible to have a boomer approach to this as the US did with the war on drugs. Mm-hmm. Because there are a lot of people who, for example, the freeze and you're out rule came through, particularly in California, where
Kamala Harris is at fault for most of those.
Yeah,
I'm serious. So yeah,
but yeah. So as I said, in order to drive the point home, a totalitarian and boomer approach, as it was with the war on drugs, where you got closed for consuming it, that's also terrible. But also the other extreme, where you legalize it, it's also not a great one. Particularly because when you legalize it, as we've seen in the aforementioned case of Ontario, but also in the case of Colorado State, which was the first state in the U.S. to legalize cannabis. What happened is that the state government got greedy, and it became inherently more expensive. And as we've seen, people still buy the cannabis from illicit means, only that now it was made even easier as it was legalized.
Yeah, and the thing is that I suspect from a jurisprudence perspective it would probably be easier to just decriminalize but not legalize it, and the nuance here being, okay, you have 50 grams of cannabis with you, okay, who cares? That's the nuance. But don't get the state involved in the distribution, because that fucks things up quite a lot. And at the same time, but I guess that requires having a civil society, which South Africa doesn't. It doesn't. It just doesn't. Doesn't anymore. Used to have, but doesn't have. In the sense that you still need some mechanisms that are not of the state, but that are quite efficient to discourage it. Because in a very puritanical country, if you legalize weed, nothing really bad happens, because very few people would use it, and societal pressure would make them use it in their own homes most of the time, and as a result it's not really a big deal. The society can swallow a few miscreants fairly easy. But if you do it in a country that is already in a small igloo like South Africa is, I'm not sure that's a really, really good idea. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I'm not sure it's a good idea. So there's that. Going further, oh my god, really? Nation.Africa. Wakanda Kingdom mourns... I have no idea how to read that. Okay, if you say so. To be the lead actor in a film with a $200 million production budget, you need to be indisputably cut for the job. And actor Chadwick Boseman left no doubt in observers' mind that he was the best to star in the 2018 superhero film Black Panther, which I haven't seen to this day, and I intend not to see it. Playing King whatever in the film, which saw some billion whatever currency spent in the production whose cast included Kenyan Lupita Nyong'o, and returned at least some whatever billion in whatever currency, propelled Boseman to global fame. It was therefore no surprise that when he died on Friday, aged 43, after a four-year battle with colon cancer, ouch, that's terrible, there was a global outpouring of grief. I strong doubt about that. From politicians to sports clubs, that's not global, and obviously fellow actors. Nobody cares what actors believe. The true power of Boseman was bigger than anything we saw on screen. From Black Panther to Jackie Robinson, he inspired generations and showed them they can be anything they want. Even superheroes tweeted Joe Biden. Again, nobody cares what Joe Biden thinks. I mean, seriously, nobody cares. Joe Biden doesn't know what Joe Biden thinks. I mean... Boseman had previously said he felt proud to have been the person through which the film popularized statements like Wakanda forever, blah blah blah, and the crossed-armed signature. I'm beyond excited, I just feel like a kid in a candy store, he said in a 2014 interview. Lupita, who played Nakia in Black Panther, interacted with whatever in a number of scenes, in among the people who are in no doubt that Boseman bossed the role. Okay, that's a nice pun there. When the film opened its screening in 2018, she posted, "I admire your quiet, confident, regal nature. You brought the wealth of all your knowledge, wisdom, and physicality to that character. You led us into the land of Wakanda without ego, without pretense, and without fear." I don't think she meant without pretense. These people don't know proper English. Anyway, really, well, I had no idea this guy died. But colon cancer, man, that's terrible. I mean, seriously, it's one of the most fucked up cancer deaths. The battle with something, that and pancreatic cancer, those kinds of things are really, really, really terrible. Lung cancer is easier to tolerate, and many other forms of cancer are pretty easy to tolerate, but those two are pretty terrible. But the headline, really.
The headline.
The Wakanda Kingdom mourns the... On the other hand, I'll have to make a point here, having been to Deep Africa 3 times since 2018, I'll have to make this point though. It's not a popular movie in Africa. It's not.
It isn't.
It's not. No one cares. Almost nobody saw it. The kids didn't see it. The adults didn't see it. And it's not like they don't have cinemas. They do. But they just didn't care. This whole very deeply racist and identitarian way of looking at the world is almost unheard of outside of the big cities of South Africa, where even there, many of the people who purport to hold this worldview, they do it only because they get shekels from the ANC. You know, if tomorrow someone else would give them shekels, they would suddenly realize that they don't really care. You know?
Yeah, but just to mention, in this situation, this is a Kenyan news agency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, the movie was somewhat popular in Kenya, just in the sense that, you know, a Kenyan actor was the lead actor, or almost the lead. I think it was the lead character, right?
Yeah, it was a lead character.
You know, but even that one, because it's rare, you know, how many Kenyan actors become the lead character in a movie that still grossed about $2 billion in its weekend debut, and they say here the production budget was 200 million, so they basically made 10 times more than they put in just a weekend, which is impressive. It is, but still, you know, impressive as that may be, that doesn't necessarily make it, you know, oh, but you know, inspired multiple generations. Flatten the enthusiasm a little bit, you know. It's the same point that I made the last episode with Call of Duty. You know, these kinds of shiny entertainment thingies, they're not that important as people are increasingly tempted to think. You know, because again, people go to be entertained. You know, they play games to be entertained. They don't want to be shoved politics in it. You know, one of the reasons, or one of the few people that I met in Africa who had actually seen the movie, it was like, you know, it was interesting when up until the politics started, and then I walked out because I'm not going to the cinema to be lectured on politics. Okay? And that's, you know, outside of very tiny areas, geographically tiny, but okay, quite populous in terms of absolute number of people, but still geographically tiny areas of the United States. Outside of those areas, the narrative on which the story of the movie is being built, because, you know, I read the synopsis, I didn't see the movie, but I read the synopsis, I get the basics, is irrelevant. No one cares. And one way to check this out, I'm really, really upset that they're no longer making these kinds of experiments. A few years ago, it was pretty popular. They would take some, you know, black celebrity with millions of followers on Instagram and whatever, and they would just take them to Senegal or Kenya or whatever, and they would sound basically like that meme, you know, hello fellow teenagers, say hello fellow black people, because, you know, the locals wouldn't recognize them as one of them. And of course they wouldn't, because, you know, skin color is not as incredibly important as Democrats like to make it to be. It's a little bit more complicated than that.
Particularly in Africa, where the vast majority of the population is black.
Yes, and not just that, but, you know, even in Africa they divide things by ethnicity. And oftentimes you would see, for instance, the last white prime minister of Zimbabwe is even today, if you go on Zimbabwean pages on Facebook, the majority of the commentators view Mr. Smith, as a fellow African a lot more than they saw Mugabe. Okay? Even though Mugabe was, you know, a nerd, essentially, was and he wasn't an idiot, you know. He wasn't like Ceausescu. He was much better educated and whatnot. He was dumb on economics, of course, but you know, generally he wasn't stupid. But he was less appreciated than Smith, who was basically a redneck, born and raised in Zimbabwe, but, you know, a redneck essentially.
In Rhodesia, not in Zimbabwe.
In Rhodesia, yes. Yep. But you get the point. I mean, you know, it's a little bit more complicated than that, and that's why these kinds of headlines create a lot of because they rely on a worldview that, okay, the producers of the movie probably view the world this way. You know, the reviewers on various websites probably view the world this way. Maybe a significant portion of the Americans who watch the movie, maybe they see the world this way. Maybe, debatable. But it's not a global phenomenon, you know. Resentment and racial animus is not that popular outside of, the tiny circles that the Democrats still influence. Increasingly less so lately. That's why they're so nervous. But that's, a different story. But what's even more interesting is that, they are, they're very concerned about putting in as many details as possible from the movie, but they don't put the most important detail of the movie. The King T'Challa or whatever, he wants to create an ethno-state with a big wall. And am I getting this right again? I didn't see the movie, but I read the synopsis.
No, but it wasn't okay. I watched the movie for you, so it wasn't just a big wall, but he hid the entire country in what could be described as optical camouflage,
or something like that,
along with the force shield. So you couldn't even see the country, but you couldn't even access the country unless you had permission. So how is it possible, dear Hollywood viewers, that a black ethno-state is acceptable, but everything else is racist?
Yeah, well, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and everything is a cough, and you just have to point it all out. Again, dying of colon cancer, that's fucking terrible. But the rest of the article is full honk, really, full honk. Yep. Right, Deutsche Welle. Germany's Maas called for withdrawal of Hong Kong security law. German Foreign Minister Heiko Maas called for the withdrawal of China's national security law in Hong Kong as he met with his Chinese counterpart at a villa on the outskirts of Berlin. We want the principle of one country, two systems to be fully applied, Maas told Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. A sweeping national security law was passed by Beijing at the end of June. I presume almost everyone listening to this knows exactly what I'm talking about. Maas also called for swift parliamentary elections to take place in Hong Kong. Yeah, good luck with that. The elections, which were planned in September, were indefinitely postponed due to the cough. Of course, it was definitely due to the cough. However, democratic opposition groups see the postponement as illegitimate, and of course they're correct. Europe demands the election take place quickly and unhindered, said Maas, adding that the European Union should agree on a common set of sanctions in response to the election delay. I would want to see that happening. The Deutsche Foreign Minister also called for a UN observer mission to investigate the human rights situation of the Uyghur minority in Xinjiang region in northwest China. Oh, that's triggering. We would very much welcome it if China granted an independent UN observer mission access to the camp, said Maas, adding that he had noted a willingness to do so on China's part. Doubt. Responding to Maas' comments, Wang said that the issues were both Chinese internal matters. Where did I hear that before? That foreign governments should not interfere with, of course. Whether Hong Kong or Xinjiang both fall for the category of internal Chinese matters. We do not want any foreign interference in Chinese society. Okay, fair enough. Huawei is banned. Oh, you don't like it? Okay, well, I want to see those Uyghur camps. I'm serious. I mean, that's exactly how you treat with commies. Seriously, that's how it was treated with the Soviet Union. Oh, you don't like it? Fine. You're not allowed here and 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 here. Okay, fair enough. Then okay, I guess you can come to inspect. And that's basically too bad we don't have a Reagan anymore to come in with a nice story with the spaceships, and because it would definitely work. These copycat commies from the PRC tend to be even more easily to impress than the Soviets.
The Soviets were, yeah.
I mean, Russians invented the concept of the Potemkin village, but it's the Chinese that actually built them by the tens of millions, to be more precise. So there's that. So I guess it's not just the situation about Russia. Heiko Maas has had a lot of balls lately. Summoning the Chinese foreign minister at a private villa in Berlin. That's where usually the decisions are being made, by the way. It's true in every country. I'm sure Trump made more serious, globally impactful decisions at Mar-a-Lago than at the White House. The same is true for Germany. Some of those villas, I've had the privilege of seeing them. They're basically in Potsdam. They're not really in Berlin. Potsdam being the de facto capital of world spies. It's the reason that particular small town is so well connected with all the trains, and it doesn't make geographic sense, but it makes perfect geopolitical sense. And it's true of every country. Canada has its private islands where the prime ministers have private meetings. Every country has them. China as well. Most of the most of these kinds of decisions and these kinds of private meetings, whatever, they usually take place in Shenzhen. The official tour in Shanghai, or sorry, in Beijing, it's usually for the show, for the press, if they bother to invite the press. But the real decisions are made in Shenzhen. Of course, that's the wealthy area. That's where the money is. And yeah, Heiko Maas has been having a lot of balls lately, hasn't he?
Yes, and also I can't deny seeing the fact that China is running in a lot of issues with this much anti-Chinese dissidents.
Yeah.
First started from Australia. Well, no, okay, it didn't start from Australia technically. Since we started this podcast, we talked about Australia.
Yeah.
But at the very beginning, it started with Trump and the trade war and rebalancing the trade deficit. Then it continued with Australia. Now we have Germany on the side. We've had Russia for a while. The situation is getting pretty spicy for the Chinese.
Yeah, and then there's Japan, who's paying people to move.
Japan has been dubious on the Chinese question for decades.
Since the PRC came into existence, really. Although not even prior to that, they weren't really xenophilic. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
Yes, and then there's of course Czechia with their mayor, the mayor from Prague, who routinely trolls. And not just trolls China itself, but also trolls Chinese tourists by reminding them that nothing happened in Tiananmen. So it's been a lot of back and forth of this. What's more interesting, and once again, pure evidence that we're not dealing with conspiracies necessarily, but just honk world, clown world type of situations, which sometimes end up having positive consequences, sometimes end up having negative consequences. The whole issue with Trump and trade war, it starts, the conclusion appears to be very correct and appears to be very in line with general interests of civilization. But the premise is false. He starts we must balance the trade deficit, which is one of the most irrelevant pieces of statistics you can the fact that I keep on buying groceries from my supermarket doesn't mean it means I have a trade deficit with the supermarket, but that doesn't mean I'm losing. I'm not. The reason I buy from that supermarket is because I enjoy their products and I'm getting something out of it. But the thing, Trump personally, that's how he sees. We have to balance the trade deficit, which is not really that important. Now, as it turns out, attempting to do that has very positive externalities, I guess I would say, because I'm sure Trump didn't think in these kinds of large terms. As for the Uyghur situation, it's very interesting that I think a few days ago it was the situation where Disney thanked basically the guardians of the Gulag for their cooperation. They videotaped some movie, whatever, with basically Uyghur slaves in the Gulag.
What was it called?
I don't know.
The Mulan movie. Yeah.
I think so. I don't know. I haven't seen a Disney movie in 20 years, probably even more than that, and it's probably going to be another 20.
Yeah, no, but this is the most recent. It has to be that movie because there's been a lot in the press.
Yeah, it's been very recently in the press, yes. And that's the reason why that's a situation where you can press the celebrities a little bit. Because, for instance, I was having this conversation with the chap who runs the Prager University account on YouTube. And we're having a back and forth there because, Prager University was saying that, unfortunately, people listen more to the celebrities and whatever. And I kept on retweeting the people disagreeing with Prager University and saying, no, this is, politics is downstream from culture. Andrew Breitbart was right, and this has been true since forever and whatnot. And then I started arguing with Prager University, saying that's a good thing. I'm sure, I know that most conservatives think this is terrible, but I actually think it's a good thing. And the reason I think it's a good thing is because celebrities care about being cancelled. They don't want to be cancelled. So therefore, you can get leverage on them. You can negotiate with them. You can't negotiate with politicians. Why are you going to negotiate with Kamala Harris? Other than going full violence, then you have something to negotiate. But other than that, there is no peaceful way to negotiate with these people. Whereas with celebrities, that's easy. That's easy. If they find out that there's more shekels to be made by saying BLM is terrible, they're all going to say BLM is terrible whether they believe it or not. Just like many of them said BLM is great, even though almost none of them believed it.
Yeah, but in terms of celebrities, it's even more complicated since China has been injecting a lot of money in the past few years in Hollywood.
Yes. But at the same time, if you pit their leftist fans in the West against them for using essentially slave labor, right? And then also hit them with sanctions by saying, anyone who's been getting shekels from China, okay, let's say now suddenly you need a license to broadcast here, you need a license here, we have to pre-approve it because under the House of Un-American Act or whatever. That's why I'm saying that the US really needs another House of Un-American Activities Committee or something like that. I'm serious about it. I'm very serious about it. McCarthy did absolutely nothing wrong other than being modest.
Being too modest and being too moderate and underplaying a lot the influence of Soviet spies back then.
By a factor of 10.
By a factor of 10.
Yeah. So there were Soviet spies in the high level of U.S. administration. It just wasn't 500 of them, but at least 5,000 of them. And the KGB wasn't just exaggerating its own influence; it had a list of all of the people, and with the money that it paid to them, so it was easily verifiable. Something along the same lines should be applied to China too, because first of all, because we know it works. One of the great characteristics of our civilization, if you want, is that we tend to learn from certain mistakes, and we also tend to learn what works to apply it again. And when it comes to communist regimes, yes, of course, this is communism with more shiny technology, but it's still a Bolshevik regime for the most part. I mean, it's not really fundamentally different. And outspending them into oblivion tends to work.
Yeah, it's that way how the US won the Cold War. They outspent the Soviet Union
again by a factor of 10. Yeah, sure, that had some impacts on the deficits, but at the same time, the Republicans fucked it up, but they also fixed it, and then you voted Democrats. Terrible. Terrible. But yeah, the thing is that it tends to work, and putting these people under sanctions, saying you use slave labor, and for some of these things you don't even need new legislation. For once we could use that otherwise terrible piece of legislation of let's abolish slave labor in other countries. As a result of that, millions of children ended up being in prostitution, like it happened in Bangladesh in '94. Even Paul Krugman was a fan of the free market solution when it came to sweatshops. But sweatshops have the tendency of being low pay, but they are voluntary and they're paid. The Uyghur camps are not voluntary and not paid. So just using that piece of legislation alone, and you can flatten some of China's influence in entertainment, and then also further press them on the Uyghur situation. Same thing Germany should be doing.
Wouldn't it be amazing with you using the sanctions that we talked about in the previous podcast to impose sanctions on the state corporations that are using the Uyghur slave camps? Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yes, and we'll see how much Heiko Maas and generally European diplomacy is willing to ramp it up, because the thing is that when you make these kinds of threats, you have to be ready to actually follow through, because otherwise, if you don't, it's not only it's what's it called, paper tiger doctrine, and the EU kind of tended to be a paper tiger and continues to be a paper tiger. I'm just impressed that Heiko Maas suddenly found a corner of balls somewhere. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. That's noteworthy. Maybe it's not interesting, but it's definitely noteworthy. But I'm not having any big expectations.
Yeah, it remains to be seen if the EU will actually follow through with at least some intentions of sanctioning China, particularly on the Xinjiang labor camp situation.
Yeah, and the thing is that the easiest to do is just flatten Huawei. And the reason I say this is the easiest to do is because I'm sure many of you already know there is that thing called the Five Eyes network, which already functions, and it has already been working on flattening Huawei since 2018, January 2018 to be more precise, so almost 2 years now. They already have an experience on where to look for Huawei influence, how to flatten it, how to deal with it legally. There's a lot of things that the EU can learn really fast from these people. And some countries in the EU, particularly in Eastern Europe, particularly Poland and Romania, have already been doing that. Germany hasn't. In fact, Germany very recently, just 6 months ago, had a moratorium. That was funny, against Iohannis, against the president of Romania. But, but you discriminate on your internal market because Huawei man bad. And we were like, yes, Huawei man bad. And because Huawei man bad. But the thing is that this would be the easiest. But then again, that would mean Merkel would have to put away her ego and work with Boris Johnson, because the closest, geographically speaking, representative of the Five Eyes network is Boris Johnson. And again, Boris Johnson could then say, okay, then I want some more from that Brexit agreement. That's why I'm not hopeful. Because there are many resenting politicians in EU governments who still believe in that utterly nonsensical idea of, we're going to punish the UK for Brexit. No, you won't. You won't do anything. All right. BBC. Rare rallies in China over Mongolian language curb. Ethnic Mongolians in northern China have staged rare rallies against measures to reduce teaching in the Mongolian language in favor of Chinese. As schools began a new term on Tuesday, some parents held children back in protest at the policy. Under the rules, 3 core subjects in Inner Mongolia will gradually be taught in Mandarin, China's official language. Many ethnic Mongolians viewed the move as a threat to their cultural identity. Large crowds of students and parents were seen protesting against the change in demonstrations that broke out over the weekend across several cities. Our language is Mongolian and our homeland is Mongolia forever. Our mother tongue is Mongolian and we will die for our mother tongue. Well, we'll see about that. Shouted students at one recent protest, reported Radio Free Asia, which is a US government-funded broadcaster. Images of women applying their fingerprints or adding their signatures to petitions against the move were also widely circulated on social media. Starting this month, according to a new policy, schools will gradually shift the language of instruction in 3 subjects: politics, history, and language and literature. That's an interesting choice. From Mongolian to Mandarin across China's Inner Mongolian Autonomous Region, home to an ethnic Mongol minority. The Southern Mongolian Human Rights Foundation's Information Center, a New York-based activist group, described the angry scenes across the region as many parents only learned about the shift in policies as schools were set to open. Doesn't that sound fucking familiar? It said that there was a tense confrontation at one boarding school as hundreds of parents demanded the release of their children who had returned early. Hundreds of riot police poured to the scene, preventing the parents from accessing the school dormitories. Following hours of standoffs, parents finally broke through the police barricade and proceeded to pick up their children, the group said in a statement. Authorities have warned people in Inner Mongolia against speaking out on social media. Posts on the subject on Weibo, China's Twitter-like platform, have been removed. But concerns over the directives are still running high, with some parents keeping students at home. On Tuesday, staff at a school in Naiman County told the BBC that only around 40 students had registered for the semester in place of the usual 1,000. Some subsequently changed their minds and only some 10 remained. Oh, that's impressive. Good luck to that. Oh, I'm serious, that's impressive. They said teachers had been sent out for family visits to convince parents to send their children back to school. Yeah, good luck with that. But parents, they said, were worried the language change would harm the future of their own language. Yeah.
And they are wholly encouraged to continue doing that, because we've seen this movie before from the communists, particularly from China. Anybody remember the Cultural Revolution? Yes,
or the anti-rightist movement, which is basically the Cultural Revolution 2.0. Okay, this one is it's a smaller igloo compared to that one, but still it's basically the same movie, almost the same script. But the thing is that you might hit the wrong nail this time, because I think many people know, the Mongolian population, they only had one condition: leave our mother tongue alone. Other than that, they submitted to the entirety of the insanity of the CCP. They supported the Cultural Revolution, they supported the anti-rightist movement, they supported all sorts of the transitions, all sorts of double things. They supported them all. They never argued. Not like the Uyghurs. The Uyghurs have always been, they always had something to argue about. Mongolians didn't. They were like, as long as you leave our mother tongue alone, we'll be fine. And they were fine. And now Xi Jinping comes in and says, oh, I know better. Really, you know better. And it's quite a problem, especially given that, the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. And as we were mentioning earlier in the podcast, Mongolia proper, the republic, is creating its own geopolitics already. And part of that is supporting the Mongolian language in the immediate vicinity. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. And Mongolia proper, again, very recently, well, actually they started the transition process, but whatever, started renouncing the Cyrillic alphabet, bringing back the standard writing, pre-Soviet standard writing, which was immediately adopted in the Inner Mongolia, which is part of China. And again, Xi Jinping had nothing to object to that when it happened. But now suddenly he wants, oh, no, you're going to study history and politics in Mandarin. Really? And we'll see what Mongolia has to say about that. I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of, not just Mongolian shekels, but also US shekels funneled through Mongolia as various Mongolian human rights centers and whatnot. Because, we do that too. The Chinese do the Confucius centers, we do the human rights centers. That's why I always laugh when people utter the phrase human rights unironically, as in, they actually believe it. No. Cultural centers and human rights centers are tools of propaganda. Some of them are for commies, some of them are for our empire. Some of them don't have necessarily a right-wing or left-wing agenda, but they all have an agenda. There is no such thing as, oh, I'm doing disinterested human rights activism. No,
you can't be pragmatist.
No, that thing doesn't exist. But the thing is that why? I don't understand why. I really don't understand why. What happened to Xi Jinping, the long-term strategist, the pragmatist of just 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, and now he seems to be on a fast track to piss off absolutely everybody.
Yeah, but why? Why? I really don't care. I really don't understand. I mean, he already has a pretty terrible management of the Hong Kong situation, which, by the way, he could have done nothing and time was running in his favor. Just doing nothing would have helped.
It's actually suspicious because China was always planning on the long term and being non-interventionist, and now it's being way too interventionist, not in terms of Hong Kong, but also in terms of Tibet, and now in terms of what was used to be known before as the non-Han populations of China, the Uyghurs and the Mongols, and whoever else remained.
Oh yeah, there are quite a few other smaller ethnic groups. Now, keep in mind, small ethnic group in China means more people than Austria, Poland, and Czechia combined. That's a smaller ethnic group in China, okay?
Yes, we're talking about tens and hundreds of millions of people.
Yeah, I mean, there is a small group, small ethnic group in China that they're genetically they're Thai, but they're writing in Arabic script. But they're not Arabs, they're not Muslims. They write in the Arabic script, but they write in Thai. Because reasons. I don't remember the name. It's a very weird name as well.
Neither.
Yeah, and it's a small ethnic group. It has 49 million people.
Ethnic group.
That's a very small. That's a very small ethnic group by China standards. So because Han is indeed the dominant ethnicity, but they're not really 90% of the country. They're like 60 something. But it's by tradition the dominant ethnicity. I mean. It would be interesting if Hans end up being minority in PRC. Would they start creating an apartheid-like regime? The Han minority rule and the separate non-Han entrance. Well, actually, they already have the separate non-Han entrance. If you remember, a few months ago, at the peak of the panic due to this fluffy little cute guy, there were a few cities in China that. Basically ordered all black people to be tested and all black people not to be allowed in because there was the fear, which was spread intentionally, of course, by the Communist Party, that Africans are bringing the koof back into China, which was really interesting. And it was the funniest part was that they ended up being caught in a terrible diplomatic dispute because the people that they cracked down the harshest on, as in already allegedly having the koof and not reporting it. They were actually Africans who'd been living in China for like 3 or 4 years. Even if you found them having the koof, they probably got it from China. But yeah, and that's what I don't understand. Why is Xi Jinping so in a rush to piss off, to open multiple fronts of dispute within the country for no reason, really? I mean, the Mongols would have never risen up against the regime, or at least not anytime soon. They wouldn't, because they didn't. And they had multiple occasions to do so, and they didn't. And now suddenly you are just trying to abolish their language and abolish them like in a few months. Back in March there was no problem, and now suddenly, oh my God, you have to learn it. I don't blame the parents. We're like, what is going on here? What is going on here? And when they say, I was laughing when I was reading when the students said we're gonna die for our language. They mean it. You don't want to.
They mean it literally.
They mean it literally in the sense that not only they're fully aware that the CCP might send in the tanks to shoot at them, they're fully aware of that, but they are also fully aware that it's their duty to do that. As in, okay, fine, they're going to shoot at us. We're ready for that too. People don't understand just how harsh the Mongols can be. The times of Genghis Khan are long gone, but the modern Mongols are still pretty harsh as people, very harsh. As long as you leave them alone or you behave nicely with them, they're very, very, very civilized people. But if you piss them off, well,
heads will roll.
Yes, and again, that is to be understood as literally, heads will roll. And I don't understand why is Xi Jinping doing that. And please do speculate. I really don't understand. It makes no sense whatsoever. And I'm trying to think from the perspective of the commie dictator, right? From the perspective of Xi Jinping. That's something I would never do. I mean, why? You have a group of people whose sole condition is to leave their dubious language alone, and other than that, they'll do everything you say. Okay, fine. Have your.
But even like that, this is not the only dubious thing that has been going on. For example, how exactly do you find a justification for the decades-long persecution of Falun Gong, for example? There are just some people who are doing aerobic exercise and they literally did nothing wrong.
Yeah, Falun Gong is basically Buddhism with yoga moves and chill stuff.
Exactly, but in terms of Falun Gong, you could say that it was irrational, but it wasn't as popular. But now when you pissed off an entire ethnicity, that becomes a problem.
Yes, and
particularly when those people start with the idea that they have nothing to lose.
Yes, and let's not forget that they eventually, the party did create a Falun Gong institution that is licensed by the party, so they were able to split the ranks a little bit, because some of them did join the Communist Party, just like there is a Catholic Church in China that is ruled by the CCP, and then there's the actual Catholics who don't go to the CCP church, really, because that's what it is. But here you can't split the ranks, because they all speak the same language, and language is very important to these people. And you can't split the ranks. Whether you're going to create an institute in Mongolian run by the CCP with a license? No, because you just shut them all down.
Doesn't work.
I really don't understand that. And again, I find it very difficult to believe that it's only stupidity, because surely Xi Jinping knows that these kinds of crackdowns don't fly as they used to, because most of the things because of which these things don't fly as they used to are built in China, like namely smartphones. I mean, surely he knows this, and the idea of we're going to recommend you not to write on social media. Oh, come on, we all know how that works. Twitter is banned in China, by the way. There are 125 million Twitter accounts from China. That's how banned it is. Just like Twitter is banned in Iran.
Yes, you just need to install a VPN
or even just a proxy. I mean, and surely Xi Jinping knows all these things.
Actually, a proxy doesn't work. I verified it.
From Iran, it works.
From Iran, it works, but from China, it doesn't.
From China, you need a proper VPN. That's true. But still, I mean, come on, everyone has it, or everyone that wants it has it. Let me put it this way.
There is no exactly a high limitation. If you want to have Twitter or you want to have Facebook, you can just it will be difficult precisely to get a VPN off the internet, but this hasn't been an issue for about 15 years since mirrors exist, or in the worst case scenario you download it off torrents.
No, but I mean even commercial services like NordVPN, they do provide service to Chinese customers. It's not really, or Proton VPN or whatever. They do provide service because Visa cards are a thing in China as well, and you just make a payment to Switzerland or to Norway or whatever. The party doesn't care, and even if they do care, by the time they do care, the payment has been processed. And what you gonna do? I mean, really, what you gonna do? And the commies know this. That's why there are even verified Twitter accounts from China, and the CCP does almost nothing, or just nothing. So that's why I'm so not necessarily shocked, but I'm surprised, and that's why I want you to speculate, because I really need to understand this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure time will tell exactly what's going on with Xi Jinping and these measures. Because so far they don't seem to have a common thread aside from being totalitarian, but that's expected of communists. Yeah, but what exactly is the end game to these measures?
Or is there any end game, or is just power is slipping, and sometimes these kinds of people go mad and they do irrational things. It could be that, or maybe there is an end game, and I'm the ignorant one, and I'm unable to understand. That's why please do speculate. This is interesting. Alrighty, Oceania, OPA, Global Times. Australia risks backsliding into a poor country in Asia Pacific, you don't say. There are few signs that Australia intends to stop provoking China or to attempt to ease escalating tensions. Instead, its insistence on continuing along the US's lose-lose path towards decoupling will undoubtedly cause huge damage to its already severely injured economy. Strong doubt. Australia is on the path to become poorer, but not because of this. In its latest move, legislation endorsed by the Morrison government will reportedly put the state of Victoria's Belt and Road Initiative. We spoke about this last episode. After a noticeable downturn in China-Australia relations since 2017, bilateral ties have deteriorated even further this year. The Australian side has made several unprovoked attacks, unprovoked of course, in normal economic exchanges with China, and even against Chinese students. The momentum, it was Chinese spies that made Jesus Christ. Who the fuck wrote this?
It's Global Times. It's the state news media from China.
Really? The momentum of trade liberalization, investment facilitation, economic complementarity, and normalization of cultural exchanges has come to an abrupt end. Well, not really. Australia still allows you to go there. You just have to prove you're not a spy. I guess China doesn't have non-spies that can go to Australia. Facts speak louder than words, says the commie. Some Australian politicians intend to decouple from China economically to use the Chinese market but reject all Chinese products in investment in a bid to contain China's economic development is absurd. Really? This will only hurt Australia's national interests. I'm sure China knows a lot about Australia's national interests and people's well-being. Of course, ask the Uyghurs about the people's well-being. Let's see what they think about that. As Australia suffers soaring unemployment, an old and worn-out railway system, that's true, a network speed far slower than other Asian countries, but faster than yours, by the way, and halted development plans, the Australian people may start to recall former Prime Minister John Howard's encouragement of Western leaders to welcome the rise of China. Oh yeah, so here's our NPCs. Can we have our NPC back? Indeed, further decoupling with China will not send China back to poverty. We'll see about that, but will only make former Singaporean Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew's famous statement more likely to come true, that if Australia doesn't open up its economy and reduce unemployment, it risks becoming the poor white trash of Asia. Well, actually, former Prime Minister Lee Kuan has reconsidered his mind about that. I guess China hasn't learned about that aspect. If Canberra really wants to make its China policy in line with Australia's national interests, it must take a long-term view, truly abandon the Cold War mentality, I'm sure you want that, and conform to the spirit of world peace, co-development, and win-win. I'm sure China is very committed to the spirit of world peace by, more recently, building more warships than the United States. Yeah, that's basically conducive to war. Come on, mate.
But the reason we picked up this article is in order to provide you, unless you started reading already, examples of how Chinese state media writes when the CCP is pissed off with some measures. In this case, the measures we've talked about in the previous podcast about Australia breaking up secretive deals with universities and the Victoria Belt and Road Initiative.
Yeah, and the one with the states by the Morrison, that pissed them off a lot because The way they would always fly under the radar, at least in Australia they would, and in the United States, but in Australia I guess they were more prolific, the CCP. They would fly under the radar by doing direct deals with the state governments or even the university senate, and thus really flying under the radar of the, I think it's called the SAS, their intelligence community. So basically that's how they would fly under the radar, and they eventually Morrison comes in and puts the finger right where it's needed and says, let's push here a little bit. And the CCP goes like now the fact that they say that Australia's anti-China policy won't back down, that means the commies are really scared. If they give it they put it as a given. So that means Scott Morrison has convinced them somehow. It's Scott Morrison, right? The Prime Minister of Australia. Has convinced them in some way, shape or form that he's not joking. Now, it would be great if part of his anti-China policy would be to stop following health guidance from China, as I mentioned last episode. I'm still serious about that, seriously. But in any event, why do they read that much? Because, again, Australia, population-wise and economy-wise, is not a huge market for them. I'm pretty sure China has much better and definitely much bigger trade with Germany than it has with Australia. Why do they read that much?
Yeah, the issue with Australia is that it's also very protectionist in a sense similar to the EU, where it has humongous import taxes, plus it's very socialist in terms of economic policy, which is why
Germany, okay.
which is why you have things like I don't exactly remember, but the minimum wage for a McDonald's worker, that it used to be around 15 Australian dollars an hour. Now it most likely is higher. So none of these measures actually help the Australian economy, and in order for Australia to recover, particularly now, since in the next article I think we're going to talk about how Australia's first recession in 30 years will come pretty soon, and it's already there. It really needs to find other trading partners aside from China, particularly because they've been selling a lot of primary resources, as we talked last time about South Africa selling a lot of primary resources, particularly coal and iron ore.
Iron, yes.
Yeah, it really needs to diversify its trade partners, and part of the measure is also, because this is a two-way street, it also has to give away some of its protectionism in favor of other countries.
Yes, and I never understood why they have such closed relations with Japan and with Thailand again, because Japan is a wealthy country, wealthier than Australia per capita at the very least, and it's a country with which you can trade a lot of know-how for sure.
Yeah.
And when it comes to manufacturing, if you're so socialistic that you can't, why not manufacture in Thailand rather than China? I mean, there are options in the immediate vicinity, but that would require the level of political strength or political will, I guess it's the word I'm looking for, that is probably not that easy to find in the Australian political class, I'm sorry to say. And again, I hope I'm wrong. I mean, okay, Morrison has already pleasantly surprised us quite a bit by putting the finger exactly where it's needed. I'm pretty sure there is some guidance provided to Morrison, because he became way too woke on the China question, way too much overnight. Again, it's a very welcome development, but I strongly doubt it's a Lindsey Graham type of moment for Mr. Morrison. It's probably more like a bunch of very smart guys saying, Mr. Morrison, you have to do this. No, you have to. I don't care if you disagree. I'm pretty sure that's how things work. Again, thanks to the Five Eyes Network. I'm serious. Look up what Five Eyes Network is and start reading about it. I mean, if you really want to see how things like the deep state function, and again, Australian media has written quite a lot in public, in mainstream, about the Five Eyes Network. The most detailed investigations on the Five Eyes Network, you can find them in the Australian press. The British press wrote nothing about it. The American press doesn't even know what it is because it's full of stupid people. That's why, no other reason. And the Canadian media, again, they don't write geopolitics at all. At least they upfront admit that they have no idea what geopolitics is, and they don't pretend to have an opinion about it, which I guess it's better than CNN, who pretend that they know what they're talking about, and oh my goodness, the amount of honks per minute that they provide. Sticking in the same place, news.com.au, Australia's first recession in 30 years confirmed as economy plunges due to virus. Hey, well,
Doubt.
I mean,
Really?
this little fluff has managed to plunge your...
Strong doubt that is the
yeah,
case.
no, fact check false. Treasurer Josh Frydenberg, he says falls in spending on transport, hotels, cafes and restaurants caused by coronavirus has wreaked havoc on the economy. Again, it's not the virus. The Australian economy has officially entered into a recession, with the latest national accounts figures confirming the worst contraction since the Second World War. Australia's GDP fell 7% for the June quarter, revealing the financial wounds inflicted upon the economy from the initial lockdown sparked by the cough pandemic. It is the largest quarterly drop on record, and it's higher than what was anticipated by the Reserve Bank of Australia. At least they're honest in the sense that our economy was shit already. Mr. Frydenberg says household consumption fell in 10 of the 17 consumption categories. He said social distancing and travel bans saw large falls in spending on transport services, hotels, cafes and restaurants. There were small increases in alcoholic beverages, furnishing and household equipment, recognizing that people are staying at home. People are going down to the local store, buying themselves a new computer and use new TV, and obviously drinking more at home as opposed to the local pub. Mr. Frydenberg said that the instant asset write-off scheme aided spending woes prompted by the pandemic. Welfare benefits rose by 42% in the quarter, Christ almighty, contributing 4.4 percentage points to growth in household disposable income. Household savings ratio also increased to a record high of 19.8% in the quarter. Those people will regret it. The health-related restrictions significantly affected our tourism and our international education industries, with services trade heavily impacted by travel bans on both inbound and outbound travel. Travel-related trade has almost ceased, resulting in sharp falls in both imports and exports. That's going to cost a lot. Mr. Frydenberg said that the grim figures released on Wednesday were extremely sobering and indeed devastating. Almost like you should have coughed, isn't it? Our record run of 28 consecutive years of economic growth have now officially come to an end, Mr. Frydenberg said.
Yes, this fluffy guy did nothing wrong.
No, this fluffy guy is not... it's not due to the virus. No, it's due to your... Oh yeah, Mr. Morrison, we just lauded 5 minutes ago, Mr. Morrison is still not woke on the fact that he's listening to health advice from China. You shouldn't be doing that. If you don't speak Swedish, no worry, all Swedes speak English. Try give a call to Mr. Löfven and Mr. Tegnell. They'll explain to you how you should deal with this fluffy little guy. It's a lot easier, and you don't have to record such a huge fall. I mean, 42% in rise in welfare spending, which is in an already filled with welfare country. I mean, you were saying about the gigantic unemployment because of the high minimum wage, so they're already paying a lot of welfare. Further 42% increase, oh my God, that's a lot. That's quite a lot.
That's a lot, and one important point is that alcohol consumption already started rising. So at the level of the society, the crisis has already come, because that's what generally happens in every economy. And now we're going to give you free advice, and please, if you ever decide to do this, at least be kind to wire 10% of your future earnings to our mission. During times of recession, the first indicator that you see is increased alcohol consumption, which is why the best businesses to open during a recession are alcohol shops.
Yes.
And
usually bars, but not this time around.
And usually bars, but open the bar just after the lockdown ends, when possibly Mr. Morrison will actually listen to us, or at least listen to Sweden, as Lucian said, to stop the lockdown insanity.
Christ almighty, just listen to Germany and it's still better. I mean, seriously, listen to Germany and it's still better. But the thing is that what I don't understand is, first of all, 28 years of consecutive years of 28 consecutive years of economic growth. Strong question mark is, the New Zealand has had a very harsh recession, a lot more recently than 28 years. I'm somehow doubtful that didn't have an impact on the Australian economy. And of course, we all know during the Labour government, there have been multiple instances where they've been openly caught cooking the books. So, let me put a strong question mark on that issue. As for this one, and this is really different than most of it, you're noting here that their slump is lower than Western countries. Yes, because lower than other Western countries. Yeah, but most of the countries, Western or not Western, they didn't ban import and export. They're like, the trade of merchandise continued regardless of all of the other pandemic policies. Australia did. They were like, oh, no, we're not going to export anything, we're not going to import anything, we're just going to hide from the virus.
Yeah, which is why this will be important to watch in the next coming months and years. How will the recession actually play out in Australia? Because Australia is also disadvantaged to some extent geographically, because it was close to China, who had its first lockdown after the Chinese New Year. Then there were other industrial powerhouses in Asia, like Vietnam, that also closed down, but then Australia by itself was also guilty of the same sin of locking down absolutely everything. But they actually went all the way. They also locked down the trade.
Yes,
itself.
and Vietnam, they started really high with the panic curve because they didn't know what was coming. They're like, it's a cough, but how harsh the cough is, we have no idea, and we can't trust China. And they border China, so at least with Vietnam I can understand it. But they held it for like 2 or 3 weeks, and they're like, okay, so it's basically a cough. Okay, we're gonna treat everyone. And
yes, and 2 to 3 weeks was the reasonable amount, particularly when you're that close to China, to at least give the benefit of the doubt in terms of the cough, in order to see at least what exactly is it about, but not 2 months as the Wuhan area did, and not 4 months as
and still counting,
and still counting in the case of Spain and New Zealand and Australia.
Yes, I mean, at least Spain finally opened up, and now people are rioting and beating the crap out of the police in the street. Good on Spaniards. No, seriously, no, that's exactly how you treat these kinds of people. But yeah, I mean, banning trade altogether, that's just wow. It's gonna be fun. It's not gonna be, and again, it's further reason to do economic reforms. This would be a great moment to do economic reforms, because if not, well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Morrison should promote it that it's the coronavirus's fault that he has to do austerity measures. Blame it on the virus. If you can blame your own stupidity on the virus, why not blame some good policies on the virus too? And Labour will vote for them. They'll say, it's because of the virus. The virus tells us that we have to lower taxes. We spoke with the virus, and the virus agrees.
Yes, that will be amazing if Saint Corona will provide us that much win on the narrative front.
Well, it's already been delivering quite a lot on the propaganda warfare. It's been very great. But if you can blame it on the virus that you have to cut taxes.
Yes, in order to stimulate economic growth.
Exactly. And say you spoke with the virus, and the virus agrees, and it works. Right, I believe this is the last one, isn't it? Yes, and it's in the same area, and also about the cough. NZ Herald cough 19. Hundreds turn out for anti-lockdown protests. Gee, finally! Oh, that took you a while. Police were out in force across NZ today as hundreds turned out for anti-lockdown demonstrations. A large crowd filled Auckland's Otta Square this afternoon, despite the city being at alert level 2.5. What does that even mean? Which restricts gatherings to a maximum of 10 people. I hope you turned out 10,000. Banners declaring "Fight for your rights" and "No more lockdowns" were waved, while one child protester clutched a sign which depicted Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern as Adolf Hitler. Good!
Good, congratulations.
Police make one with Stalin as well. Well, maybe even better, Anna Pauker. Make them look up what Anna Pauker is. Police were out in force across NZ, blah, blah, blah. Banners declaring fight for your rights. Chambers added that while police recognize people's lawful right to protest, they would be continuing to encourage protesters to adhere to the current COVID-19 alert level descriptions and do their part to help. Well, no, just don't. Don't follow any pandemic policy ever at all. Openly defy them, all of them. They deserve it. Prime Minister urged New Zealanders to stick to social distancing and other cough rules over the weekend. She said there would be a highly visible police presence at places people congregate, including bars and restaurants. No, this person should be executed. I'm serious. The signs they carried covered a range of topics, including freedom is essential, and it's not about your health, it's about control. That's true. Pedophilia is the real virus. True. And ban the 1080. I guess that's their health act or something. It's only the flu season. There is no need for lockdowns. True. There's no need for masks. Absolutely true. People are actually killing themselves by wearing masks because they're breathing in their own toxins. Okay, that's a bit exaggerated, but okay, I get it. The government just wants us all sick. That's probably true in the case of New Zealand. That's why they're asking us to do it, to become more sick. Well, maybe. If masks worse, why do we need to be 2 meters apart? That's actually a very good question. I haven't taken a medicine for 30 years and we're healthy people. We don't take vaccination and we filter our water. Okay, maybe that's not exactly true. But that question is actually true. I mean, that's what Anders Tegnell says. No, I'm not recommending masks in Sweden because if people keep their distance, why do they need the masks? And nobody has been able to provide evidence
that masks work.
That masks work, or that or provide a decent answer that is not hysterical bullshit. That's why I love that kind of question. I always advise people to openly ask it. If I keep my distance, why do I need a muzzle? Please, by all means, provide the evidence. Oh, that's right. There is no evidence. Now, again, just because there is no evidence, that doesn't mean there's a conspiracy behind it. The fact of the matter is that politicians are like, well, we have to pretend we do something. And putting people to wear muzzles, that's easy. It's very easy. You just write a law and then send the police to chase unmuzzled people. And, that's the show is good enough. Oh, we're doing something. We're trying to do something. Because, again, politicians, especially Labour politicians, like the current Prime Minister of New Zealand, would never admit that doing nothing would be the superior policy. But, it took you a while. NZ has been closed down since March. Really?
Yeah.
And we're in September. I mean, what took you so long? I mean, I thought...
Yeah, but at least as we spoken in the previous podcast, with the High Court ruling that the lockdown was unlawful, we were behind the scenes suspicious that something would happen in terms of protest, but it's actually good that they started now rather than later or never, which shows that there's still some that the New Zealand people have actually some sense of redemption towards the current government, particularly when they're being that totalitarian and that much resembling a police state, where they're sending they said it by themselves that there'll be increased police visible increased presence of the police in bars and pubs.
Yeah, well, what is your business? I mean, unless the police comes in and joins the drinking, then otherwise what the fuck are you doing there?
Oh, but they can't drink while they're on the job.
Oh, of course, definitely not in New Zealand, yes. But the thing is that what I don't understand is what took you so long. I mean, I was chastising, our fellow citizens, Romanians. It took us almost 2 months until we had the first decent protest. You've seen the footage on this channel. And then bigger and bigger ones since then. And the next one is just next week. I'm looking forward to it. You'll see footage on this channel for sure. But and I was complaining that, oh my god, it took us so long to get the first decent one, and that's kind of terrible. But then I look at New Zealanders and 5 months, Christ almighty. And again, was it in New Zealand or in Australia where they arrested a pregnant woman for posting something on Facebook against the lockdown and not even protesting?
No, that was in, I think, in Australia, but I'm not sure if it was in New South Wales or in Victoria.
Yeah, so it wasn't in NZ. Okay, so at least in NZ they don't crack down on people's homes for. But at the same time, I think there were a cough act does include things like this. I mean, the police can come in without a warrant in your house to see if you're observing social distancing. Now, I happen to be a redneck. In my humble opinion, even if you're the police, if you come into my house without a warrant, I'm with the stand your ground principle. Shoot first, ask questions later. Period. I'm serious. And in this country, we don't have many guns in Romania. We're actually very low on the global standards with civilians owning guns. And even if you include those who own them illegally, it's still not a lot of them. And still, even so, 2 police officers are already dead for going, liking the emergency powers a bit too much. That helped a lot because, the rest of the police force found out about, you know what, maybe let them cough. Because it doesn't have to be too many tragedies. It's enough to be one. In a small country like New Zealand, one and highly publicized, it's more than enough. And suddenly the police officers will realize that, they have more in common with the citizenry than with the loons running the government. And what I also don't understand, and yes, you have mentioned here very fine questions, and I think I know who to ask in New Zealand. I think I know who. I don't know if they're listening necessarily on this, but I know who to ask. And the question is, yes, do the people who protest, they observe the box of the social distancing because they're afraid of the fines or any other punishment, legal punishment, imprisonment, whatever? Because if that's the case, you have to pull a 1776. I put it this way. That's how you flatten or 1989 from here. Because that's a flat-out dictatorship, especially if they're afraid of imprisonment. Because if it's the administrative fines like they are here, and you can always contest them, and you almost always win, that's whatever. But if it's imprisonment or harsh up criminal fines and whatever, that's a dictatorship, and you have to pull a 1989, and it requires helicopters. Yes. Because if they're observing those rules because they themselves are sort of quasi afraid of the coup, but they also want their liberty, fine, that's okay. But if it's the former, then the kid with the Hitler
comparison
sign and comparison is probably not wrong. Well, the kid, obviously an adult made the sign, but it's probably an apt comparison. Now, the thing is that even though the High Court, if I recall correctly, they did say, well, the policies were necessary, but you still kind of fucked it up with the law. But they were necessary, and, we kind of agree with them. Apparently, that didn't work. Apparently, the populace were like, no, they were unlawful. And that's kind of terrible. And what many of these panic-hard governments, and it's clear that many of them are just dumb. It's obvious. What many of these governments don't seem to understand, and the price is getting higher and higher the longer this drags on, and it now only drags on really in New Zealand at this point. Wuhan itself is holding huge concerts, okay? So
and huge parties in summer clubs.
The pool or whatever what it's called. But the thing is that the longer this drags on, the first victim that comes in is not liberty. Up until liberty, it's the very idea of the rule of law, because enough people will figure it out correctly. And hold on a second, if you find the right excuse, you can govern explicitly against the rule of law, and nothing happens. And when enough people figure that one out, you know what they do? They create something called a political party. And they eventually win elections. And then they invent the excuse. And then comes the real dictatorship. And all perfectly legitimate if we accept, if anyone really seriously argues and accepts the notion that, you can govern against the rule of law just because there's a cough out there. No, you can't. And you shouldn't. And you should be criminally prosecuted if you try. It's that simple. The thing is that I don't see here any reaction from the apparatchiks. I mean, we're going to send police presence. Okay, so what? What are you going to do? Because in these kinds of unstable situations, that's my first instinct. That's what I did when they tried something similar in Romania. It said, "Oh, you shouldn't be going to the resurrection mass at the church." For the first time in 25 years, I went to the church. And I'm like, no, now I want to go. I'm an atheist, but no, now I want to go. Let's see what you're going to do. Well, the answer was nothing. So you have to challenge it all the time. Oh, you shouldn't be gathering more than 10 people. Fine, we're going to come 10,000. Let's see what you're going to do. Let's see. Because once you challenge them enough, either they'll go full insane, in which case they'll give you casus belli, essentially, or they're going to flatten themselves out and just quietly back down. These are usually the only two options. There is no in between, really. I mean, either they go full Macintosh, like they tried in Spain and now they're, I don't know, that it was a good idea. Or they just quietly back down like it happened in Germany, de facto, right? I mean, Merkel says, hey, we should be wearing the mask, we're going to give you fines and whatever. No one does it, no one cares. Because again, if you have two protests with more than 300,000 people in Berlin in the same month, one on the August the 1st and one on August the 30th, it's kind of hard to argue that, oh, your policies are so popular and well observed. No, they're not. No, they're not. Not even leftist unions are able to bring that many people in at the Brandenburg Gate. So, maybe they're not that popular. I don't know what does it mean, because I have very little idea about the NZ's what's it called, protesting tradition. Do hundreds mean a big protest in NZ? What's their standard? I don't know. I really don't know.
No, but at least we hope that that they don't stop protesting. Don't do it too often. Do it at least once every 3 weeks, and hopefully more will come at the next one.
Yes, and one more aspect. First of all, don't get your base tired. So don't follow the rule of Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. The reason they're going to flatten themselves out long before the election, if they haven't already, is because they got their base tired. 3 months of consistent protesting. It doesn't matter whether it's violent or not. Just the very idea of having a protest every day or every 2 days or even once a week is too often. Eventually, your base will get tired. That's what I'm afraid our friends in Bulgaria will have coming to them, because they've been in the streets for 65, 66 days in a row. Eventually, that gets flattened out. Not because Boyko Borisov, the government, is so strong, but because you become weaker, because you get tired. It's just, a tactic that drags on is a bad tactic, as Solalinsky says, or a tactic that is joyful for your people, it's a good tactic. So, make it joyful. And, once in 3 weeks, that's pretty decent. Once a month, maybe. But in the meantime, what the organizers should be doing is to go in the field and quite literally take it person by person. That's exactly 100% of the people who accidentally or not happen to talk to me since April the 1st, when I decided to flatten this government, must necessarily hear from me at least once that the current ruling political party has to be flattened, and with 2 or 3 or 50 reasons on why is that a good idea, until I catch the topic that particular person happens to be interested in. Some people care more about education, others care more about the quarantine measures, others care about wages or whatever. And when I hit the topic that they care about, then I speak for another 5 minutes exactly on that topic and why the current ruling party is at fault for it. That's exactly what you should be doing. Not just in NZ, same in Australia, same in Germany, same in everywhere else. That's how you flatten these. I don't know when their next elections are due, but I think they have more time. In Romania, it's quite a problem because parliamentary elections are in less than 3 months from now, and the local elections are in 2 months and a half. So it's quite of a short notice.
2 weeks and a half.
2 weeks and a half. Yeah, sorry. Did I say 2 months? Sorry, 2 weeks and a half. Because that's the reason a long break is coming on this channel. That's exactly how we should be doing. Between protests, at least the core activists, if not, at least at first, a few hundreds, each other. You connect each other through social media, for sure. Organize yourself in this, everyone in their own small community. And yes, go door to door if you have to. Gather petitions, speak with regular people who have no idea about politics, and try to persuade them that the reason they're miserable is the Labour Party. And of course Arden personally, because again, Find your target, freeze it, polarize it. And again, people hurt more than institutions. Avoid phrases like, "Oh, the government is at fault." What's the government?
Who exactly is making up the government?
No. If you have to speak institutions, always mention the Labour Party. The Labour Party is at fault, or the CDU in the case of Germany, or the National Liberals in the case of Romania. If you really have to mention institutions. But other than that, always mention people, individuals. The chief epidemiologist, the name, not the title. The prime minister, the name, not the title. Angela Merkel is at fault, not the chancellor. Angela Merkel personally. Reardon personally. Ludovic Orban personally. That's how, because people, that's it's not a flaw in human nature, really. It's a flaw in our institutional model. Most people understand politics by notoriety and individual politician. That's why you don't see regular people talking about the federal government. Even the press doesn't rarely say the federal government is. No, they say Donald Trump or the House, the Donald Trump administration or the White House sometimes, because people understand the politics by physical thing. We can touch Donald Trump. We know what Donald Trump is. We know what the White House is. Is a building. We've seen it. Well, I've seen it. So it's very tangible. But the federal government, the prime minister, what's that?
It's just a title.
Yeah, it's just a title. It's a very complicated. Yeah, we get it. It's an abstract thing. The office of the prime minister, we get it. Regular people don't understand that. So that's why you have to freeze it, personalize it, and polarize it. And the way you do that is going door to door. In the NZ, it shouldn't be that hard. It's a small country. It's a lot harder in Germany. Because there's just too many communities to cover. It's very difficult. It's very difficult in Romania too, because it's a spread out country. There aren't that many people, but there are huge distances between them. But in NZ, it's all pretty crammed. It should be a lot easier. But that's how you do it. If there's anyone that organized a protest that is within the sound of my voice, or someone that is in the organizers, please put them in contact with me. I'll gladly provide free consultancy on how to grow your protest, how to grow your movement, and how to flatten the Labour Party. And by the way, flatten the Labour Party, that should be the next slogan. Yeah. Just make it anti-Labour. Not pro whatever the opposition is, the Liberals, the Conservatives, I have no idea what's it. No. Just anti. It's really important because, again, politicization in the partisan sense, especially in a multi-party democracy. In America, it's easier because there are only two parties, two parties that actually have a chance of winning. There are more parties in the United States too, but the rest of them are pretty cancer, including the Libertarian Party, or I should say especially the Libertarian Party. But that's a separate story for another day. But if it's a multi-party democracy like New Zealand, you don't make it pro the opposition. No, just anti-Labour in this case, because the Labour are in power, right? So anti those people. And whenever anyone asks, well, what are you pro for? Well, it doesn't matter. We just have to go to vote and vote for anyone but those people. Because everyone else hasn't harmed us the way those people did. You see what I'm saying here? Because that creates usually a pretty hung parliament in the next election, which is good. What you need is gridlock if you want to grow out of the mess that the current administration has put you in. And again, what I'm saying here is not exclusive to NZ. Same thing in Germany, same thing in Spain for sure, Italy for sure, Romania for sure. Montenegro, they've already figured it out. True in Montenegro as well. So no, it's not exclusive to New Zealand, but that's exactly how we should. And yes, don't get your masses tired, your base tired. Okay, so with that said, it's going to be a longish break because I'm going to campaign. I'm going to apply what I just said. I'm going in the field to apply it. Local elections in just 2 weeks and a half-ish. And there's still time to make the National Liberals lose some more seats. And it would be quite a shame if I were to stay at home to save lives instead of being in the field and save more lives by getting less liberals elected. That's basically my objective: less liberals. I don't care if socialists take their seat in their place. It's still better than these people because these people suck. and they need to be flattened. You know, it's an opportunity to do it peacefully. It's an opportunity to avoid violence and do it via the ballot box, which is what civilized people should strive for. Although in NZ, I'm not sure it's possible anymore, but at least here it's possible. So I'm going with the campaign, I believe in about a week and a half there is a further anti-lockdown pandemic policies protest, or actually at least two of them. I'll be going at them and videotaping them, and I'll be publishing footage from that one as well. So you know, it won't be complete radio silence on any of these of the channels, but yeah, the So Far Report takes a huge break, just like the other regular podcast takes a huge break. Gib shekelim, because you know, going and campaigning isn't free. And cameras aren't free, electricity isn't free, unless you're in Wakanda, I guess.
Yes, give money, please.
With that said, cheers.